of property and displacement of citizens.
He directs the Chief of Defense Staff to initiate a coordinated joint security operations to provide aerial surveillance and ground support to flush out the bandits and destroy their camps to avoid occurrence.
In yet another motion, Donald Ojogo emphasized the need to address the breakdown of law and order in the oil-rich boundary between Ondo State and Ogun State, noting that the Ileje area of the community has continued to suffer unprovoked attacks from some communities in Ogun State.
Worried, therefore, that even without any legal instruments, no judgment of any competent court, no National Boundary Commission determination, and without any constitutional instrument designating Eba Island or the Eba oil field as part of Ogun State, media opinions and publications have twisted historical facts by insinuating that Eba Island belongs to Ogun State.
Debate on insecurity over. A concerned member of the House, Dagomi Abiante, expressed concern over the delays of critical bills passed by the House, which have remained unattended to in the Senate. He said it was a great disservice to the members who labored to get bills prepared and successfully passed in the Green Chamber.
Speaker, I also recall that we had raised a concern that most of our bills as passed here to better the lot of Nigeria and Nigerians are usually not given attention from the Senate. It is still a worry. It is still a concern. I am not asking for an update. Mr. Speaker, I want to put it on record and reference some very critical bills that are still lying where I do not know.
The day's plenary, which was presided by the Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, points to the fact that insecurity remains a major issue in various parts of the country and may remain so for some time to come. In ENUGU, Quinsley Rowland, Signaturetv News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
Thank you for staying with us. Joining us in studio is Mazi Nemeka Gabriel Anichukwu Jr. He is a peace and conflict resolution expert. Well, he joins us to have a conversation on something that's been trending online across social media platforms. Akacham. Who is to be blamed? The church or individual? Good morning and thank you for joining us on the show.
Good morning, God bless you.
So let's just dive into the conversation. Akacham, it's an Igbo word.
Exactly.
And it's trending on social media. You
Everywhere.
see influencers, once you hear Akacham, it means that something that has been bothering this person is about to come to bear.
Exactly.
Maybe something against the church or the clergy or a certain truth that has been maxed over time. Tell me, someone listening to you now who is not Igbo and doesn't understand the word Akacham, explain what the word means and tell us why it's trending at this point in time.
Akacham is a kind of a concept created by Sir Louis James Okoye, a prominent son of Nnewi Anedo, rooted in his dissatisfaction of the treatment or the shabby recognition or the ephemeral or phantom recognition of the contribution of the late Senator Ifeanyi Oba for the erection of Lady of Assumption Cathedral in Nnewi. So Akacham means I'm finished, I'm through. I renounce.
Cancel.
I renounce Christianity.
Wow. I
renounce being a member of even, because when you renounce, remember, as Sir Louis James Okoye, Jalil, is a knight of St. John's International.
Wow.
And before you were elevated to the knight is a hierarchy.
Yes.
It's a ruling order in the Catholic Church. So he said, I'm not here, I'm not a talisman, neither am I a magician, or a Babalawo, or DB, or prophet, to tell you that all he said is true. But in every smoke, there is a fire. Then he said, based on the experience, because he said that when the Lord Bishop Benson Okoye was speaking on those who made the dedication possible, because before you dedicate a cathedral, it must have been built. And building cathedral is not through your urine, not through water, and even water is bought. Then it is through financial contribution. As I heard authoritatively, and from other sources, even not from Sir James Louis Okoye, that the late Senator Ifeanyi Oba contributed up to 70 to 80% of the cost of erecting that Lady of Assumption Cathedral in Nnewi. Then I'm just giving you the background of what this concept of Akacham.
Yes.
Akacham means I'm done with Christianity, I'm done with Catholic Church, I'm done with being a member of a Christian organization. That I'm done means I'm done. What he said, and I know is a witness to what he's saying. He said in Igbo language, if we for a job, I don't support Israel, no matter who committed it. He said it was a kind of ventilating his grievance that the Lord Bishop gave some who became the cream that we are present at the church dedication. Recognition. So we are given 3 minutes, 4 minutes recognition. Speaking of what they have done. But he could not contain. His grievance exploded when they said they could not observe, that the Lord Bishop could not guide the church, even bring the wife of Senator Ifeanyi Oba, that Mrs. Oba, and his children. He said they ought to be present, and they could not give him 3 or 4 minutes or 5 minutes to speak on who brought the major money for the erection of that cathedral, that he cannot sit in this kind of community. Then, because of it, he said, Akacham, I cannot continue. He said, it means I can't continue with this abnormal, I cannot continue with this evil. That he cannot be a part of those who institutionalize evil. Because man is made to man is evil. He says he cannot continue. He says, no, let me tell you the truth. It does not mean that he is the only person who observed what happened. But, most of us, when things are going wrong, even in our families, in our communities, in our towns, nations, states, not that those who did not speak accepted that all thing that is going on, that evil. But most of us are not assertive. And because of non-assertiveness, they become docile. And that is what is actually happening even in our society, in our families, villages, and even the state and nation. Most of us don't like what is happening. We don't cherish it. We don't relish it. But majority of us don't have that boldness, that effrontery to confront evil, to call evil. But and sometimes due to denominational clannishness. Because this person is from my place, this is my church, because it's my church. When we see this kind of evil, we cover it so that the church will not be castigated. But truth will one day come out. So Akacham is a product of inability of Sir Louis James Okoye to swallow, to absorb what he perceived, as he perceived as evil, as injustice, in the way the Lord Bishop Benson Okoye presented or acknowledged those who made the building of Lady of Assumption Cathedral possible. That's the root of Akacham, the concept of Akacham.
I appreciate the fact that
I've got to do it.
Absolutely, and I appreciate the fact that you used the phrase perceived evil.
Exactly.
But before he came to this conclusion that he's done, did he try to get the response of the Lord Bishop? Because this could be an omission that was not intended.
Yes, that's calculated.
So, yes. Sometimes your mind could carry you away from the main issue. So was there any time that he tried to get the response of the Lord Bishop? Did the Lord Bishop try to apologize or try to make excuses for what happened? And if that happened, what was the Lord Bishop's response to this venting?
Good question. From my finding, there was no way
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape. From the dream team, we can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Many thanks for staying with us. And before we went on that short break, we were discussing matters arising from the Akacham saga, who is to be blamed, the church or the individual. And our guest is in studio, Mazin Nemeka Gabriel Anichuku Jr. Mazin Nemeka, so we were saying something before we went off air, and I want you to elucidate on that question. And I was asking, was there any time that the story or the response of the Lord Bishop Benson was gotten over why there was this omission that some other person perceived as a huge evil? Was there a time they got maybe an apology or the reasons why he omitted the name of the late Ifeanyi? Because I believe that before you jump to conclusion, you should at least get the response of the accused. So did that happen at any time before this gentleman decided
exploded.
To go on the Akacham,
concept.
Yes, yes.
There was no time Sir James Lee Okoye initiated dialogue to find out why the Lord Bishop Benson Okoye did not could not give Lete Ifeanyi about his due recognition.
Yes.
And recognition based on his contribution to the erection of the church. He did not do that. But you need to bring this into context. Based on the situation, he could not do that because maybe he asked himself that if all those dignitaries, the queens who became the cream of the society, who came there, were acknowledged. Because before he started dedicating the cathedral, it was built through money. And who contributed the major part of the money? According to reports, verified reports, valid reports, said Ifeanyi contributed to 70 to 80%. But if we could recognize, actually, if the Lord Bishop could, I'm saying what he might be going on in his mind before he could not initiate dialogue with the Lord Bishop, that he might be saying if the Lord Bishop could recognize those people, those big wigs there, then and remember that they are there and gave them 3-4 minutes or 2 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever to speak on how they backed the church to erect that cathedral. Why couldn't he give the recognize him, even invite the wife and children? Because whatever you said you sow, your wife and children will reap it, whether it's good or bad. So the wife and children ought to be invited for them to reap the seed, the fruit of his husband or their father's planting
investment.
Yes. So that I believe that was what he could not contain. But you know that dialogue is very important in resolving some crisis like that. But you know that in religion, most of these Lord Bishops are deified, even more than God. Some of us respect our GO more than God Almighty and Jesus Christ. GO say, Father say, Bishop say, Baba Ladeva say. Most of us who are Christians, what the Lord Bishop said, what the GO said, what the pastor said, in higher esteem than what is written in the Torah and in the Bible. Because are we following the precepts of God Almighty? Are we following the precepts of man? Any human being, be the person Lord Bishop or Baba Ladura or GO, whoever, it's not above, it's not infallible. There are fallible human beings, we can err. And when something happens, some of these religious wins who, they don't give you the opportunity to initiate dialogue. And when you are initiating dialogue, even some of your fellow members will be blaming you. Why are you initiating? Do you ask that if they follow me, you are not? They will tag you as a rebel. That you're trying. You're heresy. Have you seen? So, but religious authorities, any Lord Bishop, pastor, GO, they ought to be the mouthpiece of the gods. They should be ruled, should be governed by empathy and sympathy. Church is a place where poor people come and get succor, get comfort. Where people who are downtrodden, because rich men, let me tell you the truth, rich men and people who have made it don't even need the church. Because they have many followers, both relatives and relatives. Have you seen? The church is meant for people who are thrown away. But Akacham has raised a very big issue in the society now. Is the church still the way the hierarchy of churches do things now and treats people? Is the church still a place of succor, a place of comfort to people who have nothing to offer in life?
Very valid question.
Now, the people are crucifying Akacham, even the fellow Catholics, are crucifying him. Yeah, he has castigated Catholic Church. It's not about Catholic Church, it's about truth. And Catholic Church is rooted in the gospel, in the Christocentric gospel of Jesus Christ, rooted in the golden rule. Be what others and which others be unto you. So, Signaturetv is not trying to castigate Catholic Church, because it's a church of Christ. But he's trying to fight to ensure that the rules of Jesus Christ are carried out, are adhered to in the Catholic Church, which most of people who are there are dormant, are docile. Because whenever we have conspiracy of silence over an evil, you are accomplice of that evil. And this is exactly what is going on in most of our churches, families, most societies, villages. What is going on? Conspiracy of silence. No, and whenever you come out to speak, you will attack the rebel, the evil person. To me, I'm not saying that ENUGU is perfect, but when they expel him from the night of St. John's International, I wrote on it in the media. I wrote on it. I said, expelling him is not the question. Instead of expelling him, we should have initiated dialogue.
Yes.
With the Lord Bishop, the Akacham prodigy should be there. Salif Zoke should be there. The Lord Bishop should be there. The purpose of Christ is to bring the lost souls back. Then, when they initiate dialogue, the bishop should be allowed to speak, and ENUGU should be allowed to speak, and truth, I said truth prevails in dialogue, not in debate. But what happens now is we have much of debate and dialogue. So when truth prevails, then it might occasion an opportunity for the Lord Bishop to say, oh, I'm sorry for what I did. Even apologizing to you, and apologizing to the church. And you might have to place where you should apologize. Yeah. And the Akacham can be called to become Akahotam. That is our back again. But the church, because of religious denominational clannishness, because they are this also church, they want to consider church. Most of people are throwing stones at Akacham. But did they ask the Lord Bishop how we handle that issue? You should come out on that, with them of dialogue, and make things straight the issues out. The truth will prevail. And when it prevails, true peace will come in, and graveyard peace will be jettisoning into that piece of hope living.
There is actually need, which was why I asked the question. And you have done justice to that. Now, sometimes people start movements even when they did not plan to do so.
Exactly.
And going by how Akacham is moving, one can safely say that it's turning into a movement.
Exactly.
Now, if this is not handled via dialogue, like you have mentioned, do you see a massive exodus of individuals away from the Catholic Church? What are you seeing in the horizon?
Not only from the Catholic Church. We should not make this Catholic Church specific.
Okay.
It's happening in many churches. So all of these Akacham is a kind of, but this one just got busted. It's happening in many churches, many families, many villages, many towns, even in this nation. That is the truth. It's happening. So, if this Akacham syndrome is not tackled through dialogue in many churches, because it's happening in many churches, many people will still jettison Christianity. And let me tell you the truth, jettisoning Christianity does not make jettisoning Christ. Because Christianity is rooted in Christocentric philosophy of the golden rule. Do unto others as you wish others do unto you. And that is the law and the prophets. That is the fourth rule of Islamism, Shintoism, Organization, Christianity, Organization. The fulcrum of all religion is the golden rule, and that is what Christ Jesus represents. So that somebody does not belong to a Christian church, it does not mean he's not I call those people practical Christians. Those who are doing what the Lord says, but they don't attend church. Because some people are attending church, they are big church members, they are very far. And Christ said, those people mention about their mouth, but in their heart they don't have means.
So you're talking about people who live by the doctrine of love.
Golden rule, that is good. That any person who lives by the golden rule,
that is love.
Pure love, not sugar-coated love.
Okay.
Pure love are those that are the practical disciples of Jesus Christ. Though they might be Ominana people, they might be Shinto. Christ, that is Christocentric philosophy of the golden rule, is rooted in do unto others as we should do, and that is what has satisfy your conscience. The God in you is your conscience. That God in you will, whenever you faint. So if as a director now, if you are mistreated your staff, though you are the capo, in you, the conscience in you will tell you, I mistreated this gatekeeper. Though you are the billionaire in the company. Yes. So that is the rule of Jesus Christ in the land. So if this is not handled very well, these such issues are not handled very well in many of our churches and villages and communities, especially in churches. Many people are still jesusing Christianity. That this kind of thing, if not handled very well, can make somebody will follow that Akachama and move from that place on. I'm telling you the truth, because it's a kind of movement now. It's the other movement. So instead of crucifying the person who did wrong, who did perceived wrong, ask why. Why did the person do that wrong? And from my own, based on my training and my personal philosophy, that Akacham is a true Christian. He called evil, person evil. Even if it's not totally true, but he could muster the courage to say, this thing, I don't like it. Lord Bishop and the church, clarify me on this before I will agree. And that's the situation whereby they could clarify him on the table of dialogue. But saying you're expelling him. If you're expelling him from earth, are you expelling him from going to heaven? So, and that is what makes some people, whenever they say an evil that is being committed in their church, they will close it so that bishop will not be annoyed, the pastor will not be annoyed, the Jew will not be annoyed. If Jew is annoyed and God is happy with you, you still inherit heaven. Yes. Jew does not give passport to heaven, and bishop does not give passport to heaven. The heaven is the end through living a Christ-like life. Pharisees and Sadducees, the persecution of Jesus Christ was done by the Pharisees and Sadducees. Are they not church hierarchy? The Pharisees and Sadducees were church hierarchy, the synagogue hierarchy. Then they walk against Jesus Christ because Christ came on the platform of truth. That's why they crucified him. Well, do you know that the hierarchy of the church crucified the hierarchy of the synagogue, crucified Jesus Christ because of truth. So and many people who are saying truth in diverse churches today are under classified persecution from the hierarchy and laity. I'm telling the truth.
You know, while you were speaking, you know, my mind went back to, you know, the ancient Italy with Martin Luther and the Protestant movement. This was exactly how it started. Martin Luther was not satisfied with some of the doctrine and activity. Yes. You know, laws of men. Yes, you know, from the Catholic Church, and he wrote thesis, you know, against the church, and he wasn't listened to, and he gave birth to the Protestant movement. They did not initiate dialogue. Do you see this as tied the fact that it has become, or it has the potential of becoming a movement? Do you see a revolution in the horizon?
That's why I said it with emphasis that our various church hierarchies should copy a leaf from this Akacham saga and treat all intra-church conflicts in line with the love of Jesus Christ. So that truth will be exposed. You should not condemn human beings. Condemn the evil they did. It is an opportunity for all the church hierarchies to resume, to find out some intra-church conflicts within their church today and treat them on the table of dialogue, centered on the philosophy of Jesus Christ, which is the golden rule, which is treat them with empathy. With empathy, Christ came to gather, to bring us together, not to expel us. So, but if this is not done, I see Akacham movement becoming ferocious, becoming viral, that many people will follow Akacham to catch up.
All right, so let me take you back a little bit because we try to establish if this was an omission on the part of the bishop or something that was deliberate. Do you think there's a political undertone to this?
I cannot specifically, because when something happens, there will be theories.
Yes,
to explain
conspiracy theories.
To explain the phenomenon. Now, I cannot say actually there was a political undertone or not. I cannot say. But whoever did what he did, whatever somebody did, knows why he or she did it. If it's by omission or by commission, or maybe oversight, you do not know. But one's conscience will tell the person the truth. But what is wrong is wrong. And I'm not saying that Anakacham ought to know that the building church with billions of naira doesn't make somebody go to heaven. I have to balance this thing now. And if you watch how things are done, most people who are recognized in churches are the big men. All these poor people going to church every 5 o'clock now, they're not recognized though. If you die today, how can you see one father, bishop there even? But you see somebody whose life, who does not have good moral conduct in his church. My brother, my sister, if he dies or if he's doing much better for his mom or any relative, you will see bishops and Jews who get private jet, will have the private jet to that occasion to beef up what the big man is doing. Poor people, what I'm saying, this is my empirical. The poor people are not recognized, are not given due recognition. Let me tell you, church is, in fact, within fact, is meant for the poor. From down to, because the rich already had great friends, relatives and relatives. So the poor people, the church ought to come back with humility, ought to come back to their principle law, for which God established them, to bring lost souls and poor people into the fold and nurture them and give them comfort. When you watch what is happening in most of the churches, poor people, most of them don't have comfort. Yes, they are not comforted by their fellow poor people and by the rich people and by the hierarchy of the church. And that's why people are saying religion is scam, Christianity is scam. Christianity is not scam, but the way the operators of Christianity are doing it has made it to look like scam. But it's not scam, because it's all about preaching you to do good, to become good, and get this. So the church should come back with humility and make sure that they organize their folks with empathy. Empathy is the basis of Christianity. Nobody is a saint. But whenever someone has even heard, even he said, when Peter denied Jesus Christ 3 times, did you expel him? So I'm advocating that the bishop and the other clergy, other bigwigs should continue pressing for dialogue with Salim Okoye. And the bishop and the Jew of the other churches who have intra-church conflicts should drop their ego and see for those people who are not coming to their church again, who say that they have a church in Kepa. Have you seen? To bring them back. The purpose of church is to bring the lost souls back. But you see that the church now is highly rooted in what I call Pentecostal or ecumenical capitalism. It is wrong. Pentecostal or ecumenical capitalism over Christ, Christocentric Christocentric communalism of the Roman Church of the Apostles. That's the trouble happened. Many people are leaving church. Yes, because when they ran into the church with hope, they will get Christ-like love. They did not do that running away. So the clergy, the clerics, and the hierarchy of our churches should look into it. They should not say what is happening. Something is happening. Akacham has become a movement.
You know this.
Akacham has become a concept.
This singular Akacham concept or movement, as you please, I see it as an effect. There's a cause. Yes. So until we're able to tackle the cause, it can manifest in several other, multidimensional incidents. Now, do you think there should be a critical overview or review of the sermons that go out from pulpits? You think? What are your thoughts on that? Because it's not just for the lay people and the pew. You think that the sermon is already affecting the pulpit as well?
Yes. You raise a very crucial issue, a very salient issue. The sermons that emanate from our pulpits should center on Christ-likeness, not on prosperity. Because most of our sermons are rooted in prosperity. And you know that most people love change hearing sermons of prosperity instead of sermons of repentance. So the sermons of the churches should converge on the altar of repentance and not prosperity. I'm not saying prosperity is bad, because as I'm sitting here, this is a 45 studio, and it's true money. I'm not saying, but it should not be elevated over morality. The sermon of repentance should be reinforced in our churches. And listen, so until the sermon of repentance is elevated above the sermon of prosperity, I see the church crumbling, because the church is already crumbling. For this covering, the church is crumbling already. They are struggling. Most people are there because if I did not go to mass today, say Nemeka is not is like become a pagan. Nemeka is I joined the Menana. Some people who join the Menana are going to heaven. Because some of them don't believe in mercy, grace, and blood of Jesus Christ when they sin. They believe that when they sin, like I'm from no that is in Canis. They believe that when they sin, and I know me, we kill them. They don't. Most of the traditionalists who are sincerely practicing traditionalism, they don't believe in the grace, blood, and mercy of Jesus Christ. They believe that if he does evil and he does not repent, then we kill him or her. Therefore, they exempt themselves from evil more than some of us who profess Christianity. Because profess Christianity always hinge on the blood and the mercy and grace of Jesus Christ. Whenever you take in the Mecca property now, or my share business we did, and whenever I go to, because some business sacrament, they are all 45 centers. Or if I go to my church now, if I'm a practitioner, I go to deity and summon you there, and they pronounce words on you. And when the words start to chase you, when the deity start to chase you, you say, you are only to Jesus Christ to save you. If you save me, did Jesus Christ save me to go and take my money in the business? Christ doesn't know a sinner. Christ said, let me tell you the truth. Christ never came that a sinner will go unpunished. Even after repentance, you must pay for your sins.
Christ of sin is death.
Excuse me, forget this. Christ came to show the way of light, so that come out from darkness and follow light. Christ never came that we shall sin and continue in sin and become free. Even after repentance, you, my sister, any sin you are committed, you go pay. But you are forgiven, but you go to heaven. But you are not be. You are called somebody and
which is why I mentioned the wages of sin is death.
There is a law. Galatians chapter 6 verse 7. Principle. Galatians chapter 6 verse 7 says, God cannot be mocked. Whatever man sow it, he shall reap. Sometimes whatever we sow, until we reap what we sow, we cannot become troubled again. But you need to be transformed in your soul realm, in your spirits. Because whenever you have the type of something, and if you have not of that sin, you will repent in truth and in spirit. But whenever you say go free, you continue in sin.
All right.
So this will abound. That's why God did not teach us such principles.
Thank you so much, Mazi Nemeka Gabriel and Ichuku Jr. for your wonderful insights into this conversation. I always enjoy it when we have the opportunity.
Bless you.
Bless you.
That's the blessing comes from my heart.
Yes.
I bless you.
Thank you very much. All right, don't go anywhere. New Day continues after now. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Many thanks for staying with us, and welcome to our weekend retrospect, a segment where we bring you highlights of some of the conversation we had in the course of the week from Sunday through to Saturday. First up, on Sunday, we had a conversation about PPP concession of Akanu Ibiam Airport, ENUGU, and our guest was Chukwuma Kachi. This is what he had to say.
Thank you.
All right, so if you were to forecast, what would be your submission if this contract plays out, for the next 4-5 years? What impact or what outcome would you love to see or applaud in 5 years' time?
In 5 years' time, I would love to see an ENUGU airport that is of world standard, receiving many planes in a very conducive environment, that if you are there, you won't remember whether you are in Heathrow Airport or Nigerian airports. And I believe that is the standard they will take it to.
All right. Finally, before I let you go, do you think, given your experience and expertise, that this is one of many public-private partnership agreements to come, especially in the Southeast? Do you think more are still to come, or this is just a one-off event within this time frame? What do you think?
Oh, we are meant to have many concessions, PPPs all over the place. We are meant to have many. This will not just be the one-off. In fact, Port Harcourt Airport has been concessions, but it appears they are having problems. That's why the investors have not taken over. Port Harcourt, Kano, Abuja, Lagos, they have been concessions about 4 years ago, but the investors have not moved. So we should expect more concessions, not just of airports, but of different aspects. Government can always go into PPP. To develop new towns, they can always go into PPP. To develop farms, ranches, where they will grow cattle and all whatnot. PPP offers a lot for government to benefit from. And that is why our association, PPAN, Public-Private Partnership Practitioners Association of Nigeria, it was created so that practitioners can come together and have a platform to exchange ideas and let each other know where there are opportunities so that we can guide each other and be more successful.
It's interesting that you mentioned a couple of airports that have undergone concession yet not able to deliver. Aside transparency and trust issues, what other challenges do you think have become clogs in the wheel of development when it comes to privatization of airports? At least let's have a little bit of a root cause analysis, of this development with airport concession in Nigeria.
What is here is that lenders, investors, reputable ones, before they go into concession, they ask question, is there any successful concession there? Unfortunately, Ministry of Aviation has not had any successful concession.
They have problem with Babalakin, it has not been settled. They have problem with Marquis, it has not been settled. Problem all over the place. So that will discourage lenders, reputable lenders, from putting down their money. There are no doubt about that. You see, when you ask investor lenders what criteria they use to invest, they will say many things, profitability, risk, and all whatnot. But the truth is that what they consider is there a single successful PPP in that sector? That is what they consider most. So I pray that this ENUGU will succeed. Once it succeeds, others will come on. If, for instance, the Babalakin own of MM2 didn't have problem and succeeded, I can tell you that the rest of the airports would have been concession long time ago. I think Babalakin was around 2009 or so. How many years now? 17 years. Not a single one has been concession to them. If it were successful, not problems, and they didn't have problems, by 2010, just 3 years after him, or 2 years, other airports will have been concession. Investors and lenders will have been coming into Nigeria, begging to have airports to concession. Thank you.
All right, sir. I have one more question for you, fortunately. So, if you are to advise Enugu State government in view of the failed agreements with other airports, what would be that one advice you would give to Enugu State government to ensure that this partnership succeeds?
The advice I would give is that they should encourage their members involved in this concession to become members of our association, ENUGU, where they will gain from the experience of others. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, civil servants are not ready to listen to outsiders. That's private side. That is the problem. Because the civil servant in Nigeria sees a private person they see the private people as a bunch of people going about looking for money. But if they join our association, we have a lot of highly knowledgeable people there who have been involved in concession, not just in Nigeria, but outside the world, from where they can tap freely from their experience. So that is the advice I'll give to them, to get the officials to join our association. Ministry of Aviation officials, FAM, ENUGU State government officials, all, they should join our association, ENUGU, so that they can gain the knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, we have run out of time, but very quickly, in 2 minutes, Engineer Chukwuma, what would you say is the impact, or what would you say has been the impact of P3 PAN since inception? Just to encourage someone who is listening to actually want to join the organization. Very quickly.
Yes, we have been having lectures. We have been having presentations from experts once a month, and public lectures once in 3 months. Okay. And people have been learning a lot. We want to empower our members with knowledge, because a member that is empowered with knowledge is a confident member.
Yes.
And we're confident.
And then on Monday, the 26th of January 2026, our guest, Dr. Divine Iroli, spoke on the impact of incessant strike of health workers on Nigerian health sector. Do take a listen.
The management went ahead to reduce their January salary. Some went home with 4,000 naira as a doctor, some 1,004 naira. I can't just imagine the level of wickedness. That's just simply wickedness. How can you pay a healthcare worker, a doctor, 4,000 naira to go home? Benue State University Teaching Hospital. These are the issues that need attention.
You've mentioned quite a number of things. I mean, and you've touched different aspects this time around, not just the patients, but also how it affects the resident doctors. And we see these strikes coming up, and they get called off, and they come up again, they get called off. The most recent one was suspended for some reason. So why do we have consistent issues of where this strike comes up and then it gets called off, it comes back again? What exactly is the cause of that, and what can we do so that these strikes can stop being a recurring, issue and we can solve this problem so that we can better improve our healthcare system? Why was this recent strike suspended? And what is being done to make sure that it doesn't come up again and we don't have subsequent issues of strikes coming up again?
I think that's our greatest prayer and desire, so that we are allowed to do our work and not be running helter-skelter for something we shouldn't even chase after in the first place. Now, while this last one was suspended, was one because of Nigerians. We feel the pain. We're also patient, like I've earlier said. Our relatives are also affected. We feel that our patient comes first. We talk of the Nigerian patient, the Nigerian citizen, ourselves first. The another thing that made us to say let's still trust the system again is intervention by the vice president of this country. We cannot see the vice president intervening and want to look back and not listen to him. We said let us give him the benefit of doubt. Another major stakeholder, the National Assembly. And also, we also saw some movements from Federal Ministry of Health. So we want to give them the benefit of the doubt and hope that, because the strike was supposed to have recommenced on the 12th of January. But when we looked at things critically, we felt that let us give our leaders the benefit of the doubt. We know that there are still some that means well for this country. Yes, even at the Federal Ministry of Health. So that's why, and most importantly, the Nigerian patient. That's what is giving us. And we're in Jos. We're here to reappraise the successes, to know we're going to say, no, we're tired of this way. There's no sincerity. And that's why I'm using this medium to call on our leaders. Our next meeting proper, where the decision of whether we should recommence the suspended strike we called, we're supposed to recommend total, indefinite, and comprehensive strike. We call it TIC 201 on the 12th. But we decided, looking at all these factors, to say, let's give our leaders the benefit of the doubt. But we're in Jos, as I speak, to reappraise these issues. And this meeting is going to hold on Wednesday, the 28th of January, to reappraise to see if there are this commitment, the memorandum of understanding they signed with us is being adhered to. We want to reappraise. But I can tell you, we pray that in the next 24 to 48 hours, starting from today, we can see some good improvement, because like some of these things won't take 24 hours. Just paperwork here and there, and we can avert it. So using this medium to plead with Nigerians, please support us. We mean well for you. We are looking at the health system. It's not just about the doctor, but it's about you. If the system improves, you will have better care. If we do not have overworked doctors, you have better quality care. You have quality health care. We don't want to make avoidable medical errors because of exhaustion, because of too much work. A doctor work and collapses and dies. It happened in River State University Teaching Hospital, where our colleague had 72 hours ago call, and by the morning we found him lifeless in his call room. So these are the concerns, and these things have been recurrent. We do not even have special schemes where doctors are taken care of. Some have died in the line of duty, and their families are left. Like, we are essential duty providers. We're pleading on the government to look into the health sector.
Dr. Divine, what exactly are the doctors expecting from the promises of the vice president?
He reassured us, he told us that he's going to reach out to all necessary stakeholders, because there's a memorandum of understanding we have signed with the federal government of Nigeria. He has a copy. He will look at the issues and attend to them. At least we're not saying solve all the problems now, but there are key things that we think can be done in a very short time. We have been given automata over the years. Even before the first strike this year in November started, we gave government time. Nobody called us till it was when the strike was almost started. That's where they say, where are they? Where are they? That doesn't show sincerity. So we're expecting that the vice president will use his good office to, we're sure that he means well, and we know that the leaders they have chosen listens to him. We believe that he will look at the MOU that he has and see how many of these things, like our colleagues in Federal Teaching Hospital Lokoja is a letter of reinstatement. Yeah, they've all agreed that they should be reinstated. A letter. I don't think that's rocket science. So these are things that we think that can be done. The coordinating minister of the economy has promised us that if the quantum of the areas, by what we have done, the work we have done, then he will give us a payment plan. We're just looking for the payment plan. We're not saying pay us now. Give us a payment plan. We have worked for this. A doctor should be able to pay his or her child's school fees. That is the plea we are making to our leaders and Nigerians, because we love our country, we want to serve our country.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Divine Irela, for joining us this morning on the Signature Morning Show.
Thank you for having me. Resident doctors appreciate the Nigerian patient and the Nigerian people. Thank you very much.
Pleasure is ours. Of course, we talked about the impact.
Chidebere Ebunono was our guest on Tuesday, the 27th of January. He talked about resurgence of high level of narcotics imports into Nigeria. Who is to blame? This is what he had to say.
With 30.09 kg of heroin at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. That is the airport she was intercepted by our officers working at the airport. So we find out that this seizure is one of the most recent, biggest seizure ever done so far in, let me say, in Nigeria. Meaning that they've seen or they thought that Nigeria is maybe a safe country where they can easily bring in this illegal drug so that people can, maybe they would make their money in Nigeria. But they're unlucky because the agency, under the leadership of Brigadier General Buba Marwa, the chairman, chief executive of National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, has made it a point of duty that all the drug barons in the countries will be dismantled, whether they like it or not. So we are being watchful. We know the impact of this illegal drug use in Nigeria, and that is why we're opening our eyes so widely. We know all their mechanism, method of bringing in this drug, so we are being watchful. So the increase, this large increase, you might ask, why is it coming to Nigeria? Or why is Nigeria a safe haven for them? I believe that they feel that maybe Nigeria is still under maybe a third world country where maybe people have not gotten the enlightenment more about the danger of this illegal drug. And also they fear that the motive behind it also is maybe to get rich quick syndrome that you find out these days. Because it's a drug that worth the street value of 3 billion. You find out that it is not a small money. So they feel that maybe this country is a place where they can, sell these drugs and make money. But unfortunately to them, the eagle eyes of the agency caught them. So they will go in for it, although it's still under investigation. Let us also, because we have to find out the motive. At times, it might also come into Nigeria as a transit point, and also from there, they move it to another country. But that does not mean that they don't consume drugs in our country.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
All right, so looking at this situation, we have a foreigner in the Nigerian soil with this amount of drugs, obviously heading somewhere. She's not only working alone. So are the Nigerian seaports, the airports, are they that porous that every now and then we have drugs passing these same secured areas?
Yes, all these borders, all these entry points are most places they use to smuggle in these drugs. Our officers and men are in these borders, but we can't be everywhere, either because of the fact that we don't have the manpower enough to man all the border areas, especially the land borders, because Nigeria is bordered to many countries. So securing those borders might not be 100%, but that does not mean that our officers are not there. They are there, they are the seaports. Even recently, there was an arrest made by the Marine Command of our agency through the seaport border. And we've also been able to even see vessels coming out from outside the country to Nigeria, you know, where they are loaded with drugs. So coming to this Brazilian, bringing this drug into Nigeria, you'll be wondering why should a Brazilian bring in this amount of drugs to Nigeria? You find out that like you have these drug cartels everywhere. Maybe she's bringing this because from the little investigation they've done, she says she's coming in for a holiday. You understand? Imagine a Brazilian. Yeah, it's possible you can come to a holiday in Africa or in Nigeria, but you find out, you check the timing. Is it the time for the holidays? You know, those kind of things. So you find out that she might be bringing in this drug for somebody, the drug barons here in Nigeria, so that they can start making up their businesses. Maybe after bringing it, before you know it, she will find her way. But she don't know that the ENUGU eye of the law, NDL officers are there watching her. Because these drugs is being concealed in a coffee bag. You understand? She concealed it inside a coffee bag, about 21 packs in her check-in bag. So they were able to search the bag, open the coffee pack, thinking it's coffee, but when they open it, they now find out that it's urine.
Right. So now let's talk about, you know, the responsibility. Who is responsible for this? You earlier on mentioned about how, you know, this thing works, how they transport these drugs and how it works. So I'd like you to shed more light on that. Who are the actors involved in this drug trafficking? Who are the people responsible? Is it the criminal syndicate or the cartel or the local? How does it move from one point to the other point?
There is the cartel. Otherwise, you can call them the barons. These people have network in some countries of maybe country of production. You know, they don't produce heroin in Nigeria. It's in Southwest Asia or Mexico and Colombia. That is where you produce this heroin from opium. It's an opioid kind of drug. So, but you have some of these people in these countries, or, you know, this drug cartel, they have a network and they have the financial way to do to connect in different countries. So, but we've been tracking them. We've gotten some, you know, some of these barons, and, you know, because their network is kind of big, so we're trying to, you know, how we can dismantle those barons, you know, through this our arrest and seizures. Because when they find out that yes, NDLA officer is dedicated to their duties, they are watching them, they know their antics, they know their mode of concealment, you know, they find out that Nigeria will not be a better place for them to do business, and before you know it will stop. So the agency is doing very well. The mandate given to us for this 2026 is that we should go in for this.
Then on Wednesday, the 28th of January, we talked about closure of Onitsha main markets. An independent view. Our guest was Alex Ejindu. Do take a listen.
And people are transactional here. If you rob my pan, I rob yours. That's the system here. And I don't think much difference could have. But I know a local would have brought more apathy. People may not come out at all to vote. And people could have been against him, but considering the fact that transactional thing will happen, a lot of people will come out and vote and still vote for him and take their money home.
All right, looking at the situation in every other southeastern state and the suspension of the sit-at-home culture, what role should traders union and traditional rulers and also the community leaders play in trying to dissolve this practice of sit-at-home?
Has the reason for Monday sit-at-home, has it been addressed? It has not been addressed now. And people feel, you don't see if you watch the clip well, you shall be sure if you see people shouting Nandikalo somewhere, some say show me the law and kind of thing. The thing has not been addressed. Why are you expecting compliance? Why are you expecting people to say they are happy? That people that assume that was in their mouthpiece has been caged, and you expect them to comply with your. They will always tell you that the guy is innocent. If you go to the street, you listen to people. Even the elites are still having the same opinion. They are assuming that somebody is being intimidated unjustly, that he is suffering unjustly. That's what they are assuming, not minding whatever the law has said. And they believe that the law has not even supported him being in prison. The kind of thing, that's the feelings of people. So has it been addressed? If it has not been addressed, why are you expecting compliance? It's not possible, man.
All right, now, Mr. Ejindu, you've expressed your displeasure with what is going on, alongside with most of the traders who are also expressing their displeasure with the protest. But we also see that some of the Anambra State lawmakers are supporting the governor, saying that the state loses about 8 billion naira every Monday, and when you look at the Southeast generally, it's about 19.6 billion naira. So when we see we're having clashing opinions on this, supports some of the lawmakers and the politicians in Anambra State are supporting Soludo's actions, and we see the lay people, the traders, and the people of Anambra criticizing Soludo's actions. So how do you interpret these conflicting and mixed reactions from the people? Mr. Ejindu, are you still there? Well, it's quite unfortunate. It seems that our connection with Mr. Ejindu has gone off. Are you there, Mr. Emeka Ejindu?
I'm back. It's an interruption for calls.
All right. Did you get my question?
Please repeat again, sorry.
Right. So you've expressed your displeasure as to what is happening in Anambra State alongside with the traders who are protesting. But we also see that some lawmakers in Anambra State are backing the governor and supporting his actions, saying that the state is losing quite a large amount of money from the sit at home on Mondays, about 8 billion naira in the state. So I'm asking, how do you, what is your view, or how do you interpret these mixed reactions? On one hand, the politicians and lawmakers in Anambra State are backing the governor's actions, and then we see traders and the people of Anambra, some of the people of Anambra, criticizing these actions. So we're having conflicting reactions and conflicting opinions as to what is going on in the state. So how do you see these mixed reactions?
That is policy now. That is democracy. Everybody will not agree all the time in a point. All I know that are you expecting the politicians and the lawmakers to go against the governor? It's not possible. The same thing now. All I know is that I know the economy is suffering. Everybody knows that. I know there is an adverse effect on the system, but that is the situation of things. I wish he has a better approach to these things. I believe in I believe in discussion. Let us discuss issues out and find a solution. All of us will agree this is our joint agreement and we're going to carry it. You don't sit down.
On Thursday, 29th of January, we talked about the reserved seats for women in Nigeria National Assembly, to be or not to be. Our guest was Toyi Taiwo Ojo. This is what she had to say.
That talk about the affirmative action. And the affirmative action is that at least a country should have 35% of its elective roles reserved for women. Why the reservation? You can understand that in a patriarchal society, men dominate, and most times women are relegated. Having these seats reserved for women is not saying that women who are competent are not the ones who are going to vie for that position. It is just for the society, for the system to be able to give women the same level playing ground. In fact, what the affirmative action, what the reserve seat seeks to do is to make sure that there is equity in share the sharing formula, if I may say so, of elected positions. You can understand that even though our section 14 of the Constitution says that they have to be federal character, especially in the appointment and in appointment. But what we come to understand is that it only talks about religion and tribe, not including gender. Gender is something that has to be done because nobody can feel the pains of a woman like a woman. You cannot know our aspirations. You cannot even know what we go through. Men do not go through harmful widowhood practices. Men do not go through female genital mutilation. Men do not get married off as child brides. So these are things that when women are in power, they will be able to advocate for a change in these peculiar issues that affect them and be able to make progress even as a country.
All right, then, looking at the position, are these reserved seats a necessary corrective form, and does it also undermine the concept of democracy?
Of course not. Democracy is a government for the people, by the people. The people is not about just one gender or one section of the country, of the society. Democracy is about the people, and the people include everybody, the men, the women, the children, even people living with disabilities. That are the people that make up the society. So when we seek for affirmative action, when we seek for reserved seats for women, we are actually pushing the ethos of democracy. We are actually propagating the fundamentals of democracy and saying that for a democracy to thrive, all the people in society have to be carried along.
So let's look at this from the angle of the Constitution. This bill that is currently in motion, will it change anything in the Constitution? Would you say that there are specific sections of the Constitution that this bill will have to alter in order to make it go through or to follow through with it? Because the Constitution, does the Constitution also have room for what is currently going on, this bill that is currently on now?
Like I mentioned, Section 14 of the Constitution talks about federal character, but it's only federal character now is actually trying to address the anomaly of not segregating or discriminating against a section of the country based on tribal affiliation or geopolitical zones. But what that particular section failed to address was the inclusion of women, inclusion of the other gender. So a bill that is being proposed for reserved seats is not going to alter the Constitution as it is, but it's only going to enrich it. Don't forget that Chapter 4 of the Constitution talks about the fundamental human rights.
On Friday, 31st of January, our guest, Dr. Lawrence Anukam, spoke on sanitation and environmental safeguards in Nigeria. Do take a listen.
Environment clean. Then it goes further to also everybody to be like a pointer or informant to the authority. If you see your neighbor could be polluting the environment, you beginning to feel the cost of that nuisance, you have a right to report. It could be noise, it could be water, it could be air, it could be any form of pollution. But to a great extent, if we're talking about sanitation, we're linking it up to do with water. So any form of pollution, any form of waste that's going to pollute our environment, if you notice such things, it's easy to notice. If you see a coloration of your water system, if you see dying of the fishes you used to, they're not dying before. If you see dirty waters and stomp and waste dump around you, report to your nearest authority and then make it clear. By such pressure, then the government is going to act. Individual authorities take action. But you on your own too, you have that responsibility to do the best you can to do that. So to a great extent, I think I'm not leaving it to the individual members of the community, but no, as a community, we have a big role to play. We have a very big role to play to make it right.
That we have in terms of environmental sanitation, how effective are these agencies in carrying out their activities, and state environmental protection bodies in enforcing, how effective are they also in enforcing sanitation standards with the people?
Yes, now there are different levels of government reform. Hello?
Go on, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. There are different levels of enforcement. And also we have different agencies of the federal government. But the primary agency of the government in terms of environmental enforcement is the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency, NESRA. They don't work alone. They have this interagency collaboration with states and other federal agencies too. They also work with the state governments in other aspects. You see, to do with sanitation and environmental action, as I said, it's not just one agency, and it's not just the federal responsibility. The state, they have a very big role to play. Yes, you pointed out we have these agencies. Why is it still not effective? They are trying, but I think they may still need to do a lot better. But you see, they're also limited by the reality is there in terms of materials, things that help the enforcement to go through. You know, when they have limited budget, when they have limited things to work with, it becomes a problem. You know, Nigeria is huge. You know, when you have field offices, they have to go to the field. When they have emergency or go for their normal routine check what is going on in different aspects of the environment, even in very remote areas, for example, where you have the mining or other aspects of industrial activities that may have some problem on the environment. But see, they need some funds. I think limited funding is a problem, you know. And I think when we address that, it will go a long way to also helping to having effective enforcement paradigm.
And finally, on the 31st of January, Saturday, we talked on Nigerian youth and the challenges of workplaces. Our guest who did justice to this topic was Joshua Alade. Do take a listen.
That is a really good question. And I would say that from my own view as an employer, it's done from the place of love.
Okay.
However, the means of delivery can be very misunderstood. So for instance, if you tell somebody you don't always like to listen, it will put them in that position of being very self-defensive. Rather than say you don't always like to listen, what I have learned to do is when I have a conversation with someone, my colleague at work, is to ask them, what did you hear me say? Or what did you understand by what I have said so far?
Yeah.
So get them to say it in their own words. And if it's not rhyming, then you have to say, okay, this is what you've heard. But in addition, this is what I would love you to put into perspective. When we come into the meetings or we're having a conversation, can you take some notes so that you don't lose your train of thought? So it's about seeing the workplace as an environment for collaboration. It's an environment for growth. You, the leader, You want to grow, you want to mentor, and you want to see that young person thrive. And the young person also seeing somebody who is a role model that they can be able to look up to. So it's not about being rebellious for the young person. It's just the communication gap. I'm sure that you must have seen all of these trends on social media where at the place of work, somebody is maybe the team lead is raising up hand and saying, please, can you give me the file? And then there's this Gen Z person, and he or she is thinking, oh, he wants me to give them a little punch or
Fist
something.
bump,
And
yes.
it's a fist bump. So it's just that generational gap. And the only way that it can be kind of, how do I put it? The only way we can bridge that gap is by being patient, being understanding, looking at things from other people's perspective, and creating that playing field for trust, mutual trust, which is very essential in the place of work.
Let's talk about work experience. Now, a young graduate school leaver who has gotten experience, by virtue of being in the world, right? By virtue.
Well, this is where we draw the curtain on today's show. Don't forget that you can catch up on our programs and shows online at Signature TV Official on Facebook, YouTube, across social media platforms. And don't forget that we want to hear from you, so go comment, like, share, and of course subscribe. I've been your host, Chigi Chiagoram, and from all of us from Signature TV ENUGU Studios, it is goodbye for now, and God bless.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Hello! It is with great joy that I welcome you to Gospel Lounge today, and I wish you a happy, blessed new year. Oh, what a joy to see another year, and with God's grace on our side, it shall be a fruitful year for us all. In Jesus' precious name, amen. Let's just sing a little song and give God some worship for all that He has done for us, for His faithfulness and His grace. Oh, the steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning, oh, new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness, oh Lord. Great is thy faithfulness. The simple song, sing with us. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. Oh, they are new every morning, always new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness, oh Lord. Great is thy faithfulness. They are new every morning. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness, oh Lord. Great is thy faithfulness. And we say thank you for all the things that you have done for us, the things you are doing right now, and the ones you will yet do. Be all the glory to your name. In Jesus' precious name we worship. Amen and amen. It's so good to have you. This is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Thank you very much for joining us. You see, reflection is a powerful discipline in life. When you reflect well, you will live well. So sit back in this segment, bring your family and friends together. Let's reflect on God's word, which has the ability to transform your life for the best. I'll be back shortly.
This week I read a very inspirational story of 6 British women, Catholic women, who survived cancer. And their story is told in the Journal of Religion, Spirituality, and Aging. These 6 women, aged between 58 and 74, had been diagnosed with terminal cancer. The doctors had given them months to live, but they survived. And why did they survive? As at the time the essay was written, they were still alive and were all in remission. And the researchers who did this work, Fiona Clement and Fiona Ticker, spent a year with these 6 cancer survivors to find out what they did that kept them going and how they survived cancer. And the answer was simple: their faith. Mary, one of the women, said that when she received her diagnosis, it was a spiritual crisis for her because she felt that God had abandoned her. However, she went to Mass every day, said her rosary, did the spiritual and corporal works of mercy, and she began to pray as usual, asking God for healing, for grace, for strength. And she said that once she realized through faith that God has 2 answers to her prayers. One, God can call her home and say, your time is up. 2, God could give her a miraculous healing. And once she embraced that reality in faith, that it is in the hand of God whether I will die or whether I will live, then she experienced freedom, not threat, not fear, but freedom to say, it is out of my hand, it is in the hand of a loving God, and I know that whatever God gives to me will be good for me. And at that moment, Mary and the other 5 women, that moment when they left everything in God's hand, at that point where they said, God, our lives are in your hand. You will determine whether we live or whether we die. They felt peace. They found inner strength to carry on. They found purpose to their life. Not as if to say their life was moving into darkness or destruction, but that their lives were safe and secure in the hand of their loving God. At that moment of faith, when they learned to let go, suddenly healing grace began to come into their being. Suddenly, a new spirit began to fill their souls. Suddenly, the miraculous hand of God took hold of their lives. And as at the time this essay was written, they were still bubbling. All of them were in remission. I believe in miracle. I believe that God has something for each and every one of us. God has a purpose for your life. And so when we read the readings for this week, they are frightening. Daniel talks about great distress in the heavens. And our Lord Jesus Christ says that the sun will be dark, the moon will no longer give light, and the stars will be falling down from the heavens. And this is frightening. When we think of the end of all these things, our lives and the world, we could be frightened. And there are many false prophets who preach destruction, who preach end of time, and who say when there is any disaster, or when there is an epidemic like COVID or Ebola, oh, these are the signs of the end time. But towards the end, the last verse in the gospel today, Jesus says, as for the time and the hour, no one knows, not even the angels, not even our Lord Jesus Christ, only the Father. The Lord has not given any of us the mission of predicting, counting the stars, and telling when the life of someone will be over or when this whole world will come to an end. The mission given to us is the mission, go out, proclaim the good news. Go out and change the world. Go and be my witnesses to the world. And I think that we can find in the lives of these women how to live with faith, how to live with hope, how to live even when we are surrounded by suffering, distress, pain, wars, violence, and uncertainties. They survived cancer because they did not fear any evil anymore when they put everything in the hand of God. So my message to you is the message, fear no evil in your life. God is your shepherd. God is in control of your life. And the responsorial psalm for this Sunday is taken from Psalm 16. It is my favorite psalm because it is the psalm of the sons of Levi, when Moses was dividing the land among the 12 tribes of Israel. The Levites were the ones who were not given any portion, any inheritance. They were to rely on what people live in their farms for their own sustenance. So they said, the Lord is my portion and my cup. The the sons of Levi, saying, the Lord is my portion. The Lord marked out for me is my delight. Therefore, I will not fear. I will not fear, because the Lord is at my side. I keep the Lord always before me. That, I think, is the attitude that we all must embrace, that God is your portion. Indeed, in Nigeria, there is a very positive faith affirmation that most of us know. When someone hears of a bad news, or when someone threatens another with evil, most Nigerian Christians will say, not in my portion. It is an affirmation of faith, a rejection of evil, and opening yourself up for the good. I say it myself, is not in my portion, and it should not be in the portion of anyone who believes in God, anyone who trusts in God. Evil will not come your way. If they come, God will help you to defeat them. Adversity will come your way, but when they come, if you trust God, like these heroic women who conquered cancer through faith and received the miracle of healing, when those adversities come, trust God that God will take care of you. It is not in your portion. I will lift the cup of salvation, and I will glorify the name of the Lord, because the Lord is my portion. Whatever the Lord gives me, I will take. Whatever God allows to happen in my life, I will embrace, knowing that God will pull me out from the lion's teeth. The Lord will pull me out from the fire. That is the affirmation of faith. And that's why I want to conclude this reflection with the powerful words of Habakkuk in Habakkuk chapter 3, verse 17. Habakkuk says, though the fig tree does not blossom, though the vine does not produce grapes, even though the olive fruit dies and the barns are empty and barren, even though the flocks die in the field and the cattle barn is empty, I will trust in the Lord. The Lord is my strength. The Lord will help me. He will give me the feet of the deer, and he will make me run and climb up to the mountains. That is the promise of God for each and every one of us. Yes, we will face adversities. Yes, we do not know what the future holds for us, but we do know who holds the future. So the readings today is reminding us that God is in control. God is in charge. Like these heroic women, let us put our lives in the hand of God. We remember what the second reading says from the book of Hebrews. He says, Jesus is sitting at the right hand of God in heaven. Yes, showing us mercy from the right hand of God, watching over us, taking care of us, protecting us, and granting us abundance of life. May the Lord be upon you. May the finger of God rest upon you and keep you safe today and always through Christ our Lord. Amen.
You're welcome back. I believe you were blessed greatly by those awesome words. Please do the needful and stay blessed. All right, I have a wonderful topic to discuss with us today. It's going to be very educative, and it is the worship life. The worship life. Okay, a simple definition from the dictionary is to honor or show reverence for a divine being or supernatural power. All right, to regard with great extravagant respect, honor, or devotion. All right, the third one is a form of religious practice with its creeds and ritual. You see, this topic is dynamic and peculiar as well. In several standings and practices, whether you are a Christian or a Muslim, whichever one you represent. But to discuss this topic with me today is a great man of God, a worshiper, and a whole lot to say about him. We love him so much, and we know what God is doing through him. Pastor Chidi David Ani, an international worship leader, is a pastor, is a songwriter, and a presiding pastor and leader of Just Worship Music Outreach. It's a vision inspired from heaven to bring men and women into a place of intimacy with God through worship and praise. He's an anointed minister with a great passion to see the world change through worship. Pastor Chidian is happily married to Reverend Gloria Sane, and they are both passionately pursuing their God-given vision. Friends, help me make welcome to Gospel Lounge today, Pastor Chidian. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming to
Thank
Gospel
you.
Lounge.
Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
grateful.
You're looking so good.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
you look good too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome.
As far as the definition from the dictionary, what's your take about worship?
Well, worship to me is more than a song. Worship is beyond a song. Worship is beyond sounds.
Okay.
Because I noticed lately that when you hear about worship, when people hear about worship, the first thing that comes to your mind is a sound, a music. Music and sound is an aspect of worship, but you cannot box worship into music alone. Worship is a lifestyle.
Yeah.
The way you relate with people, your relationship with God, the way you live life generally is worship. If you read the book of Genesis, when God commanded Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac, the Bible says that when they got to the foot of the mountain, he looked at the servant, he said, "Stay here and I and the lad will go yonder and worship." And so worship is sacrifice, it's beyond sounds. In those days, there were music actually, but there was nothing like music concerning what Abraham was saying at that time. So it was strictly sacrifice. He was going to honor and adore God with his substance.
Wow, wow, wow. It's beyond music.
Beyond sound.
Music is part of it, but we cannot box it down to music.
Never.
It's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle.
This is so wonderful. And now, as a music minister, there's so much experience that you've had, and your works are everywhere. As a music leader, what should be the focus of a music minister? As it has to do with our fellowships now, when we come together, trailing down to songs now, and then the service that we have as we gather, what should be the focus of the worship and the praise leader?
The focus is God and God alone. Anything outside God, it's profane.
Wow.
This is why God shut down the two sons of Aaron, because they offered profane fire. Anything outside, worship is centered on God and God alone. Anything outside the adoration and admiration of God is profane. So the focus primarily should be on God and God alone.
There's so much emphasis on the words you're using, profane.
Yeah, profane.
Because it has to do with God alone.
Yeah.
But, the songs that we see today, what you are telling me now raises a case that we should be very careful with the kind of songs we sing when we come to meetings.
Exactly. I tell people that what makes a song a worship song is not the tune, but the content of the lyrics.
The content. Oh.
I can't come and start singing about God blessing me, and it's not a worship song.
Really?
Yeah. We can argue it, but if it is not bringing Jesus glory personally to God, then it's not a worship song. There are different types of songs that are Christian songs, but not worship songs. Do you understand what I'm talking about? And also when it has to do with, there's songs that has to do with prayer. There's a song of repentance, there's a song of surrender, but there's a song of worship. And what differentiates all these things is simply the lyrics.
Okay.
Exactly.
My God, I hope you are learning a lot from this. This is so wonderful. You see that the songs we sing, we need to be very careful in the selections of our song now, because it has to do with God and God alone. We'll continue this wonderful conversation after this short break. All right, you're welcome back. Thank you very much for still being there with us. This is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV, and I have been talking the worship life with my friend, Pastor Chidi David Ani. It's been a very wonderful one, and before we went on that short break, you were saying something about the songs and our selections of songs, the different Christian songs, but anyone that has to do with worshiping God must be particular about now. As a music minister, you have great experience. What will be your advice? You know why this is like a burden for me is because, going to several meetings and seeing a lot of people come off stage to sing, you begin to think in between lines the theme of the meeting, the purpose of the meeting, and what should be the expectation of these meetings as it has to do with the worship leaders that have been selected to be instruments in God's hands for that same meeting. So with your experience, what will be the advice you will give to ministers, even the ones that are active right now and the upcoming ones, as it has to do with worship?
My simple advice is seek God, know God for yourself. You can't give what you don't have. It is when you first of all be and you do. It is what you have you give. It is who you are you inspire. It is what you carry you inspire. If you're not a carrier of God's presence, you can't inspire his presence. So my simple advice is seek God. Build relationship with God. Build intimacy with God. Quit trying to make people feel good. Leading people in worship is not about excitement.
Yeah.
The end point is what matters. After these meetings, after these gatherings, what happens after it is what matters, not what is happening within the meeting. It is the aftermath of the meeting that matters. And so my simple advice is seek God. Know God for yourself. Find God. And then inspire the people to love God. Now, a lot of times when I go for meetings and people can ask me, why you shut your eyes so much? And I said, because I have to touch the heart of God and then it comes down to touch the people.
Oh, wow.
I don't want to touch the people first before I touch God. It is when I'm able to touch God and then God comes down to touch the people. You are the leader. So it is your duty as the worship leader to lead them before God. Not exciting them and making them happy. And so my simple advice, I maintain the first thing I said in the beginning, seek God.
Seek God.
Know God for yourself.
God for yourself.
God has to come first in everything you do.
Because it's very, very important this is noted, because I went for a meeting. I was privileged to anchor, and then, calling in different music ministers to come off stage. I felt so uncomfortable, but I just have to do my job and then get out of that place. I was complaining to someone by the side. I said, I don't understand why someone will come up the stage and then in less than 10 minutes or 15 you were given to do your assignment as a music minister. You've already given out 10 songs. Why the rush? Why the rush? I don't really get it. So it's disturbing for me. So what do you have to say about that?
Well, everybody's different.
Yeah.
Based on my experience, I can stay on one song for 2 hours. Based on my experience and my relationship with God.
Wouldn't that be boring?
It's not. You can't be bored in the presence of God.
Okay.
When his presence is there, you can never be bored. Sir, I have a popular song that I've been singing for the past 6 years. Anywhere I go, I sing it in every nation. It never gets bored. Anytime I open my mouth to sing it, the glory comes. It's about relationship with God. When that relationship is there, when that anointing is there, it does not matter. 2 minutes is enough for God to finish what he wants to do in a meeting.
Oh my God.
With a man that understands his assignment and with a man that have intimacy with the Holy Spirit.
So it's not about jumping from one song
to another. You can sing 200 songs and nothing changes. But one song that is inspired of the Holy Spirit can keep a meeting going for hours. Yeah.
Wow, this is so deep. This is so deep. Before I let you go, are there benefits? Are there benefits one can derive in being a worshiper? A worshiper, you know, talking about the worship life. Is it just a stereotyped thing, or is there anything that distinguishes a person? You say this man is blessed as a result of his commitment to, you know, the worship of God.
Oh my God, there are many billions of things and gain in this thing. I can tell you that worship doesn't just lift the one worshipped. Worship lifts the worshiper as well. Jesus said, if I be lifted, I will draw all men to myself. So as you're lifting God, he's lifting you. I've never seen a worshiper disadvantaged. I've never seen a worshiper. The psalmist said, I was once young, now I'm old. I've never seen the righteous forsaken. Keep your consecration with God. Follow the Holy Spirit. You can never be disadvantaged. Of course, there are scars in worship. There are challenges that one has to go through. There are battles on your way. But can I tell you something? As long as you're with God, you will never be disadvantaged. So I have seen great benefit and blessings in being a worshiper and in loving the Lord.
In your answers that are so wonderful, you prompted the last thing I wanted to ask about. You know, the burden in your heart and your walk with God made you to write a book, and it's all about worship.
The scars of worship.
I want you to share with us just a few minutes. What inspired that title? You know, people want to read books. Scars of worship. You know? It's so deep. What inspired that?
Amazing. You know, what inspired it was I wanted to educate people that it's not easy.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't get everything on a platter of gold. There are scars. There are hurdles. There are challenges. You will meet troubles on the way. You will meet trials on the way. But the most important thing is that you don't give up, even in the midst of these trials. And so basically what inspired me, I just wanted to share to the world my scars, my story, and how God took me from this wilderness, from this desert experience, and brought me to my pasture land.
That's so great. Friends, I beg you to get to social media platforms. You get this very, very, very wonderful book. It's on Amazon, right?
Yeah, it's on
Please
Amazon.
go get it. The Scars of Worship by Chidi David, and it's a very wonderful book. I have enjoyed some parts of it and still going through it. It's a very loaded book, I bet you. I call it to action now. Everything, whether living or non-living, exists to worship the supreme being called God. In our different endeavors of life, there is a measure of worship expected for effective and efficient functions. This is called devotion. As religious people in our different congregations, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or whatever you want to represent, our worship life is expected to express the majestic glory of God, which has the capacity of bringing beautiful results in our relationship with God and fellow human beings. Therefore, live a life of worship, just like what he said. Keep your consecrations. Know God for yourself. Know God for yourself. Serve God with all your heart and make your environment a good place for everyone to thrive. It's been an amazing time with you.
Thank you.
An insightful conversation as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you.
We look forward to having you one more time.
Of course.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for
Thank
coming
you.
to Gospel Lounge. All right, thank you so much, guys, for being there. As always, keep it locked in here. I'll be right back. You're welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. I believe you have been enjoying what we have for you today. And I want to say very thank you for being there. Now, I have another guest in the studio, and we're going to be talking about something very, very, very critical. It's very, very critical. So I want you to please pay close attention and get what we have right now. We are going to be talking about forgiveness. Forgiveness. You know what it means? Forgiveness. So it's a very critical one. Okay, by way of introduction, let me just bring in the program. Forgiveness is a complex and multifaceted concept, including psychology, philosophy, spirituality, and even relationships, right? However, forgiveness is the process of letting go of negative emotions, feelings, and attitudes towards oneself, others, or situations that have caused hurt to man, or even the injustice, right? But a critical look at the definition, we can see there are three major things to consider. Interpersonal relationship, which has to do with forgiving others of their wrongdoings or hurtful behaviors. We have intrapersonal forgiveness, which deals with forgiving oneself. You got to forgive yourself for the past mistakes, regrets, perceived shortcomings. And then the third one is the transcendent forgiveness, which is all about forgiving situations, circumstances, or higher powers for perceived injustice or harm. You know, sometimes you hear people say life happened to this person, and then a lot of things happen. But to take this conversation deeper with me today, I have with me a dear friend and brother, a great man of God. He's the lead pastor of the Harvesters Church Incorporated right here in the city of ENUGU. Friends, help me make welcome Pastor Solomon Ifeanyichukwu to Gospel Lounge. Thank you very much for coming, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you for having me.
It's good to have you here.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Just like the introduction about forgiveness and all that, I just want to is a burden. And when we begin to see things happening around us, we see a lot of things that send chillers, goosebumps to people. I say, I thought you have forgotten this thing. Why is this thing still happening? Why is it so hard to forgive?
Well, is it really hard to forgive? I would say it's not actually hard to forgive if we understand life and if we approach life, because you must have to deal with people.
Okay.
You must have to, associate with people. And as much as that happens, then you must be sure that people will hurt you.
Okay.
So, as humans, if we premeditate, if you know that something will happen, you prepare for it.
Oh.
So we should have, as humans, prepare for hurt. Because there are things we cannot actually avoid. We cannot avoid it in life. So it shouldn't be too hard to forgive. But in the other way, to be fair, I also believe and understand that the reason it is perceived as though it is too hard to forgive is there are some factors that can actually affect forgiveness.
Okay.
There are psychological factors. There are, personal belief factor.
Okay.
There are, like, in psychological and emotion, there are emotional factors, psychological factors, then personal belief.
Okay.
On the emotional side, when you are hurting somebody and you continue hurting that person,
okay,
it is perceived that you are intentionally hurting that fellow.
Okay.
And as much as that is happening, it will be too hard to let go.
Because it has become a constant thing.
It has become a constant thing. It's habitual.
Oh, okay.
It has become habitual. And as long as that hurt is habitual, the person that is being hurt will perceive that you are doing this intentionally. Okay. And if it is intentionally, then it will be too hard to let go. Okay. The person will want to fight back. And that is when the forgiveness becomes too hard. Okay. That's just one instance about emotional factor around forgiveness. But what about the self-belief? Someone believed that he cannot do this. Maybe I cannot fail this exam. Yeah. There is no way I will get an F in this exam. Yeah. And behold, you just went into the hall and everywhere went blank. And coming out, you saw the result, F9. Aye. What will you do? Some people will find it based on their belief of themselves that they can't go this low. Yeah. They'll find it difficult to forgive themselves as well. It's about their belief. It's about their belief. There are things that has happened even in marriage and relationships that people have found difficult to let go because of their belief. So our belief has a way of influencing the way we forgive, how fast we forgive, and whether we can even forgive at all. That's it.
This is very revealing. But you see, out there talking about this ability or inability to forgive, we have seen events around us. You see that there are so many vindictive dispositions. People are so hot that if you want to put it in the superlative, you see now anger has grown to rot. Rot has grown to animosity, you know, in that order. What are I am burdened in my spirit that how can this be? What is the problem, and how can we arrest this?
The problem is that the truth is, as humans, it is too hard to forgive habitual, mark my word, habitual offenses. Yeah. It is too hard. Okay. You know, no matter how you want to look at it, when you find out that someone is habitually, intentionally offending you, you know, they say when you talk to a tree, you will die today. Yes. The tree may stand. Yeah. But when you point at a human being, you know, hell and hearty, you will die today.
There must be reactions.
He will make moves.
Yes.
You know, he will try to protect himself or herself. That is about humans. So there is this natural instinct in us that you can't allow things happens to you often and on without you doing. Even people around you will ask you, what have you done about this? Now, coming to your question, vindictive, you know, animosity, when people want to revenge, when people want to, you know, want to return offenses done to them, I will still return. It is based on belief, psychology, and emotional capacity of every individual. Wow. You will agree with me that an offense can come to you and come to me. Yeah. The same level of offense. Two of us might tend to respond to them differently.
Yeah.
And it is based on our emotion. Okay. There are things that will happen around you now. You will shout, you will talk, lift your voice. Somebody else will just come and smile and walk away. But you will beg your God that you prefer that person that shouted.
Shouting, so that you know exactly
so that you know where you are. The person that smiled might smile and return with another thing that will amaze you. And you will now be asking yourself, is this not the fellow that just smiled at me? What actually went wrong? You didn't know that it was the offense of 10 years ago that just returned. You see, so it is based on our emotions, our psychological capacity, how we take things in. There are things that might come to you as offense. Yeah. To me, it might not be an offense. to be a walkover.
Yeah.
I will just let it go, let it fly.
So it's based on the emotional capacity of a person.
So that is why somebody can walk in where there are many people and say something. No, there are 3 persons there.
Yeah.
One person will pick offense. Others might not take it as an offense.
Yeah.
All of you there are mad. You know, and one person will ask himself, am I really mad? This is psychology.
Yeah.
Am I really mad? You say, no, I'm not mad. I'm okay. Okay, that means I'm not one.
Yes.
He's not referring to me.
Yes.
That settles it. But another person will say, you are calling me a madman, me, a whole me. Meanwhile, you are actually acting as a madman already. Have you seen it? So for me, it's psychology, the way you handle your emotions. There are things that will want to get you angry, but due to your emotional capacity, you were able to hold it, and you find a way around it, and you will notice that this thing is not actually. By the time you let it go down small, you will say it's not actually an offense.
Yeah.
There are things you call offense that if you see them and think, well, is a compliment.
Yeah.
It will return as a compliment. At the end, you will laugh over it and go. Okay, so vindictive animosity is actually a proof of who you really are. It's a proof of your emotional intelligence. That is emotional capacity, psychological capacity. It tells who you are actually.
Yeah.
You know, when you want to return offense, let me give an instance. Somebody came to your house yesterday and offended you.
Yeah.
Maybe said something. It was between you and him.
Yeah.
You are now returning to his house to return the offense. And now you came to the compound. There are many people in the compound. When you are shouting and yelling, people, they will not understand what happened yesterday.
Yes, because they were not there.
Yes, you've registered yourself in another way before those people. So now, who is the madman?
Of course. Of course I am.
No, it's not you. The person.
The person.
The person is actually the madman.
Because
now,
the reaction now is overboard.
Emotional intelligence. Yeah. So there are things that has actually downplayed who we really are, because we want to, bring forth the offense of yesterday into today, so that we will show that we have the capacity to revenge.
Now, talking about this, it gives me so much concern, because it boils down to a lot of the events that we see today, people trying to get back at people just to be even because of the hurts that they have had. Now, why I want us to deal with this critically, because relationships are failing, especially now in the marriage sector. You can hear a lot of things happening around us, people burning people, and then a lot of unthinkable things begin to happen. You see that, just like you are saying, the emotional capacity of some people are not so strong, and whatever that prompted their actions that are barbaric or condemnable is not something that happened just overnight. It's something that has packed up several times. Why I'm making up this case now is because I want to really ask you this question. The family unit, governments, and religious bodies as well, they have a part to play in this very situation, to teach our people and to let them understand that forgiveness is something that we should practice every day. What do you have to say about that?
The truth is, it should be a collective effort, as you just said in your question. You see, the church, the family unit, actually the family unit is part of the church.
Yeah.
So the family unit, the church, and the government, we all have a role to play in instilling the threat and the character of forgiveness by, first of all, starting with our neighbor. Our neighbor. when the Bible talked about your neighbor, it's talking about anybody that life will bring your way. Is your
Not
neighbor.
just the one you are living with at your residence.
Not just the one you are living with in the same compound. The context of that neighbor is anyone that will come in contact with you is your neighbor. And the idea is, God knows already. All of us should also accept already that it is not possible to deal with your neighbor and not be offended.
Okay. So, in other words, we should just prepare for offenses.
It is unavoidable.
My God.
Offenses are unavoidable. Even the best among your friends, even the best among your circle will still offend you. In fact, if the person has not offended you now, I'm telling you for free, the person will still offend you. I'm not prophesying. I'm not prophesying.
Yeah.
This one is not prophecy. The person will still very soon offend you. So what will you do if you have this information? Is to forgive. Me, I sell forgiveness like meat pie.
Oh my God.
I've already prepared forgiveness for everybody around me. In fact, if I meet you for the first time, what I tell myself is, I've forgiven this person. I'm not saying this because I'm on.
Yeah.
See, forgiveness is what also you do to help yourself.
Wow.
Yes, because if it is established already that people around you will offend you,
Yeah.
if it is known already that nobody is perfect,
Yeah.
we agree that nobody is perfect on earth.
Yeah.
At least as long as we are here. Even the saints among us are not perfect.
That's right.
Okay, if we are not perfect, it means we will have some irregularities.
True.
We have some wrongdoing.
Yeah.
And who are we going to wrong? Is it not human beings?
Human beings, yeah.
Okay, if we wrong human beings, know that one day it will be your turn. So if that is established, what do I do to help myself? You know that there will be crises around your neighborhood. Why do people buy bulletproof car?
Oh.
If not to shield themselves against a bullet. So and we don't know. We've not even given it a thought that we should buy bulletproof around our heart.
Just to keep it safe.
Keep it safe.
My God.
You know, if I should quote Bible.
Yeah.
I will say, for out of it proceeds the issues of life.
Oh, my
That is, whatever your life will produce will come from the heart. Now, when you allow people that are just passing to shatter your heart, how will you produce the issues of life?
That's a problem. That's a problem.
So you don't forgive for people. You forgive for yourself. So what do you do if you are wise? Prepare forgiveness and keep in the shelf for everybody.
Yeah.
Immediately they offend you, you withdraw and dash them and go your way. But forgiveness does not mean foolishness, if I should balance it.
Oh yeah.
There are people you forgive, but you withdraw.
Yeah. No more business or transactions with them.
Especially if they are hurting. Their offenses has become habitual.
Yeah.
So you forgive them for your own sake and for your heart. But you have to move on.
Yeah.
Because even Bible said, forget ye the former things.
Oh my God.
So they should be in the former. They should be in the former.
Yeah.
You have to move on. So that you can produce. It's important. I have to reiterate it.
Yeah.
You have to produce that issue of life.
Yeah.
Because if you don't produce the issues of life, life becomes meaningless.
True. I know you are enjoying this wonderful conversation. My heart is so blessed by what we are hearing today, and I'm not going to let my friend go. We'll continue this conversation shortly after this break. All right, it's good to have you back. This is still Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. I am so glad that you're still there with us. And I'm talking with my friend, Pastor Solomon Ifeanyichukwu, dealing with the topic forgiveness. Before we went on a short break, he was saying something about shielding your heart because you must produce the issues of life. What it means is that, in my own understanding, you need to move on. However, life has happened to people. This one is not about people hurting you or maybe you hurting yourself, but situations of life. For instance, let me just make an example. Someone that is going to write a professional exam, and you know this professional exam is going to give you an edge. Maybe you're pursuing a promotion or something of what. And then on your way, as you're traveling, whether you're traveling in your car, or I'm just trying to make up something that is physical and real too, you have an accident. And now in that accident, a lot of people died. But you were incapacitated to the point that you can't write this exam. Every hopes and dreams towards what you are pursuing is brought to a halt. How would you respond to matters like this and still move on in life?
You see, in as much as life dealing with people is not an easy thing.
Yeah.
I must admit, I must be sincere. You see, life, they say, is not fair and has never been fair of a truth. But there are things we call offense. There are things we call hard times that are not really hard times.
Okay.
If God would open our eyes to see events surrounding what has happened to us,
okay,
we'll be grateful even for where we are.
Okay. Okay.
Growing up, I don't want to use myself in this picture. Growing up, I came from a family where there was no money to go to school. I did all I could. It's a long story. Even from secondary school, to see myself through school. Then, after my senior secondary examination, that's WAEC.
Yeah.
People were writing JAMB. It was my classmate, a lady, that went and begged the mother to buy JAMB form for me.
Wow. Wow.
We wrote the JAMB. People were passing, entering university. I would write JAMB. In those days, I was still writing exam for people. God forgive me. Doing runs. I will write JAMB for you, you will pass. I will write for myself, I will fail them.
Wow.
And the time I repented from that, I said, I'm not going to do this again. But, long story short, I never wanted to go to Polytechnic.
Okay.
But I found myself in Polytechnic, not just Polytechnic. Poly-Air. We take lectures during the weekdays over the radio.
Oh my
and
God.
Then we go to school only on Saturdays.
My God.
That was how I got my OND. By the time I got my OND, my mates were already serving.
Chai.
Because I didn't enter into the school immediately. I didn't get admission immediately.
Yeah.
Then, they finished serving. Most of them till today have not gotten job. So in those days, I was seeing life as unfair to me.
Yeah.
Life was fair to them. But this is, let's say, 17, 18 years apart. I am better off than many of them.
Wow. Wow.
So how did God do it? So what happened to me? Life might not be fair today as you perceive it. But there is nothing as someone, human being hopeful.
Wow, hopeful.
No matter where life has pushed you to, never stop fighting. Dust yourself. Even if you are lame, but you have two hands, you can make use of laptop. You can access Google. You can learn from YouTube. You can stay in your parlor and get a remote job.
Wow.
Nobody, see, by the time you will start making money, nobody will know that you are lame.
True. I agree with you.
So it is not about where life has pushed you. It's about where you have pushed yourself.
Wow.
Life can push you at any corner, but just know that God is wise. Wherever life pushes you, there is provision there waiting. God can be judged faithful. If life pushes you into a dry land, look around there, you will see water. If you look well, if you will not see water, you will see a rod that you will hit on that rock, water will come out.
This is lovely. So that it's about perception.
It's about you.
Oh my God.
It's about you. There are many people who have no business being rich today. So if they have capitalized on where life pushed them to, there will be nobody.
Yeah.
Some of us wouldn't have been graduates. Okay, imagine me. I just finished my master's last year, February.
Wow.
Just imagine me. So how? Somebody will say how. How manage?
Wow.
So, but the thing is about you. Do you want to remain where life has pushed you to? If you don't like there, you can change it. See, you know, whether a Christian or not, let me go this deep.
Yeah.
If you understand who you are, nobody will deny you. As a human on earth, the Bible said the earth has he given to the sons of men.
Yeah.
To the sons of men. Understand that. Now what it means, if you understand your position on earth, no spirit, whether of God or of the devil, has the right of entrance into the earth.
Yeah.
Except a man permits it.
True.
So we are so powerful here. We are the makers of ourselves. In fact, we
wow.
let me repeat what our father said yesterday in the program. He said that it is the mold you bring. What grace give you is not about grace. Grace is sufficient. So it is about the mold you bring
to get the access.
So if your mold is that I am finished, see where life has brought me to. This is where I am. This is my last bus stop, and that will be the last bus stop.
My God, this is so awesome. I am blessed in this place, and I know you are also being blessed by what my brother, my friend has been sharing with us. It's been a very thought-provoking one. I call you to actions, my friend. Forgiveness is a complex, ongoing process that requires effort and self-reflection and empathy. You've heard him say a lot of things about it's all about who you are. So while it can be challenging, forgiving offers numerous benefits for emotional and physical, spiritual well-being as well. All right? No one is above offense. Like you heard him say, is inevitable. No one is above offense. You can be offended. You can offend someone. Even when life happens to you, all right? But our inabilities, our abilities to let go is directly proportional to the healing or the response we get from it. So forgiveness is also healthy for you. Because medical research has...
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. In the headlines, Anambra government announces expiration of Onitsha market closure. Police arrest 7 suspects over Oyo National Park attack. Israeli airstrikes kill at least 32 Palestinians in Gaza, rescue officials say. And Starmer urges Andrew to testify before U.S. Congress following release of new Epstein photos. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Anambra State government has announced the expiration of the order closing Onitsha main market. In a statement, Dr. Lome, the State Commissioner for Information, directed all traders to resume their normal business activities from Monday, February 2nd, 2026. The government confirmed that the closure order expired on Sunday, with the market now set to reopen on Monday. The government assured residents of adequate security measures and encouraged reporting any security issues to the designated helpline 5111. Civil servants and teachers were reminded that the pro rata salary policy remains in effect. No work on Monday, no pay. Parents were also urged to send their children to school on Mondays to avoid sanctions. A public affairs analyst, Nnamdi Abana, says the recent measures taken by Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo to put an end to the Monday sit-at-home in the state are justified. Abana, who spoke as a guest on the Signature TV morning show, noted that Anambra State has suffered significant economic setbacks, including the loss of its ranking in internally generated revenue, due to trillions of naira allegedly lost as a result of the sit-at-home protests. He explained that traders in Onitsha markets are largely staying away from their shops in solidarity with the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, rather than out of fear of unknown gunmen. According to Abana, the continued sit-at-home has ended up damaging the local economy and livelihoods, instead of serving as an effective protest against the federal government, which he noted is responsible for Kanu's detention.
What is going on in Anambra State is quite unfortunate, and as the governor, the Constitution empowers him to preside over the security of the state.
Yeah.
Apart from being the chief executive officer of the state, he's the chief security officer of the state, empowered by the laws of the land to protect lives and property within his domain. So it is within the governor's rights to make such declarations concerning Onitsha markets, because what we have in today's Anambra State is a misnomer. Anambra State used to be the highest generating state, highest internally generating revenue state. But over the years, that internal revenue has dwindled. Why? Because of this subject of sit-at-home. Trillions of naira, and they are lost any particular day that the marketers or the traders decide not to trade. Take for instance in the South in Anambra State, every Monday, the economic activity is grounded. Then any day that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu appears in court, the economic activity is also grounded.
Reacting to the alleged threat by IPOB that markets should be shut on Monday, February 2nd, Abana advised traders to disregard the directive and return to business activities to avoid further economic losses and possible sanctions from the state government.
See this instruction given by IPOB, from my perception, any civil servant or any trader, whatever occupation that refuses to adhere to the instruction of the state government will have him or herself to blame. I mean, look at the civil servants. Who pays them? It's said that he who pays the piper and takes the tune.
Yes.
If the government pays the workers, the government has every right to tell the workers to resume. And not IPOB. Okay. Already, the traders are dancing to the tune of the government. So, on that particular day, I don't expect the traders to adhere to the instruction of IPOB. Rather, they will adhere to the proclamation of the governor if they don't want to run into trouble. Because the government gave them options. Option A is for me to run down the entire market and put up another, maybe ultra-modern market. Option B is for shanties to be removed, the market will be renovated, some shops will be reallocated, and so on. The traders went for option B. So that will tell you that dialogue is already in progress and some agreements have been reached.
Tensions are running high in Anambra State as traders at Onitsha main market prepare to reopen on Monday, despite threats from the indigenous people of Biafra to enforce a sit-at-home order. The standoff highlights the ongoing clash between government authority and the pro-Biafran activists in the southeast. IPOB, through its spokesman Ima Powerful, had urged traders, banks, schools, civil servants, and transporters to observe a peaceful Monday sit-at-home in protest of the continued detention of its leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The group framed the directive as civil disobedience in response to Governor Charles Soludo's week-long market closure. State authorities, however, insist that the order has crossed into criminality. Commissioner for Information, Law Mefo, emphasized that all markets and shops must reopen, warning that non-compliance would be considered economic sabotage. Attendance registers will be used to monitor traders and security force, including police, army, and local vigilantes, will be deployed across Onitsha to ensure compliance. Traders who defy the directive risk losing their shops. Market leaders reportedly conveyed the reopening plan to traders via audio messages, emphasizing strict adherence to the governor's instructions. Governor Soludo also announced plans to reconstruct Onitsha main market over the next 3 years, with a return to the original master plan, signaling a push to end long-standing disruptions caused by the Monday sit-at-home. Ethnic and community leaders have called for caution. Awuzie Unachukwu, president of the Ali Igbo Development Foundation, criticized punitive measures, arguing that the government should have focused on reassuring residents and providing visible security rather than threatening sanctions. Alex Omonia, former National Publicity Secretary of Ohaneze Ndi Igbo Worldwide, echoed calls for a political resolution, noting that the issue has persisted for over a decade and is damaging the region's economy. Meanwhile, the Imo State Police Command said it had put adequate security in place to prevent a breakdown of law and order in the state over the threat by IPOB, which extended the sit-at-home order across the region. The command spokesperson, Henry Okoye, in an interview, urged the people of the state to disregard the threats and go about their businesses peacefully. Analysts say the situation underscores the delicate balance between maintaining public order, respecting civil protest, and safeguarding economic activities in the southeast Nigeria. The Senate Committee on Appropriations has released a timetable for the consideration of the 2026 appropriation bill, with March 17th set as the proposed date for its passage. The development comes as the Senate initiated
Committee on
into
Appropriation
railway project contracts across the country over concerns about execution and maintenance.
The Senate Committee on Appropriations has unveiled a timetable for the consideration and passage of the 2026 Appropriation Bill. The schedule, which sets March 17, 2026 as its target date for completion, was disclosed by the chairman of the committee, Senator Solomon Olamilekan, during a meeting of the committee. According to the timetable, public hearings and engagements with ministries, departments, and agencies will be held from Monday, February 2nd to Friday, February 13th, 2026. During this period, subcommittees are expected to interface with heads of MDAs for budget defense and clarifications, while submission and defense of subcommittee reports are scheduled for February 16th to 23rd, 2026.
That the timetable for budget preparation and consideration for 2026 appropriation bill as laid out and amended and seconded by Senator Uzokalu, say aye. Those against say nay. The high service.
Senator Olamilekan stressed the need for urgency and discipline among committee members, urging them to adhere strictly to the timetable. The Senate had earlier inaugurated an ad hoc committee to investigate the contracts and execution of railway projects across the country. The move followed a point of order raised by Senator Abdul Ningi, who drew the attention of the Red Chamber to what he described as the tragic situation affecting the Kano-Kaduna rail line.
There is no live cargo except one that goes to Kaduna and sleep and come back in the morning to Abuja. What that tells you, I was a subcommittee chairman of SHAPI. The government of Goodluck Johnson then formed billions of naira into that revenue, into that railway. But what is found that, what is amazing and Nigerians are unaware of, is that everything that came in terms of the cargo and coaching were second-handed.
Speaking in the same vein, Adamu Aliaro said the reduction in trips was partly due to extensive damage to rail infrastructure caused by bandit attacks.
It is true that the number of trips has dropped drastically from 5 to only 1. And this is simply because the bandits have damaged the truck and they have vandalized the trucks, and it takes a lot of time and resources, and these resources are not available. As you rightly know, even contractors that have finished their jobs, they are now finding it difficult to get paid. So the same problem is now extending to the services like Nigerian Railway Corporation. We are on it. I called the Minister of Transportation and also the MD Radio Corporation to discuss this issue almost on a weekly basis.
In his remarks, Senate President Godswill Akpabio challenged the suggestion that funding was the main constraint, arguing that the core issues are the age and quality of the rail infrastructure, which he claimed are substandard.
We have a responsibility as a Senate, founded in the Nigerian Constitution, to ask questions, to look into these things, and to correct them. We have always said that we're a corrective parliament. So we must look into these things and let Nigerians know where they went wrong. And if there are people that kept the money for us, saved the money for us to buy the second-hand ones, then we get them to bring back the money. From their hands alone, we can recover enough money to repair the coaches you are talking about, if we need to repair them. Or we ask for a total refurbishment. That's why we want a holistic look into this. So
the investigation is expected to cover project design, funding execution standards, and maintenance structures.
The Rivers State government has dismissed claims that it denied the Federal Capital Territory Minister, Nyesom Wike, and the Rivers State coordinator of the Renewed Hope Ambassadors, Desmond Akawo, access to the Yakubu Gowon Stadium, Port Harcourt, for the inauguration of a political support group for President Bola Tinubu. Akawo had alleged on Friday that the state government blocked the group from using the stadium for the inauguration of the Renewed Hope Ambassadors. He made the allegation while addressing supporters during the group's inauguration ceremony held at the Captain Elechi Amadi Polytechnic, Port Harcourt. The claim was later reinforced by the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, who in his remarks at the event warned that if access to the facility is denied again, supporters of the group would forcibly gain entry to use the stadium. Reacting to the allegations, the Rivers State government described them as false and misleading, explaining that the Yakubu Gowon Stadium is currently undergoing reconstruction and is unsafe for public use. Speaking to journalists after an inspection tour of the facility, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Information and Communications, Honor Sirawo, said the allegation had no basis. Sirawo, who toured the stadium alongside Commissioner for Sports, Christopher Green, under the guidance of the site engineer, said the level of ongoing reconstruction made it impossible for any group to use the facility at this time.
Let's go beyond politics. Let us be our brother's keeper. We cannot thrive, we cannot succeed under this kind of environment. Besides politics is life. Let's manage our image, let's manage our integrity, let's manage what we do, and always put River State first. Because it is not enough to cast aspersion, it is not enough to say things. What is not too necessary is the outcome such intentions or such statements will generate. Our state is too important. We need to unite, we need to preach peace, we need to preach love. River State should grow above politics. So we advise that even if you don't want to see a man, look for an appropriate way to go about it, and not a way that we cannot substantiate. It is clear that whatever has been said cannot be substantiated based on what you have seen now. This place is under construction, and it's not good for anybody to come and say you want to do anything here.
Also speaking, the Commissioner for Sports, who also serves as the Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General of the state, Christopher Green, said his office did not receive any formal request for the use of the stadium. Green explained that even the Captain Elechi Amadi Polytechnic, where the inauguration eventually held, is still River State government-owned facility.
Not used here for anything. I have not received any application, and if anybody says I've received any application, let the person show me. Let me have the proof. Let's have the evidence that an application has been given and the application was rejected. No application has been given. No application was sent to me. No response was given. Nobody was rejected from using this place. And of course, ordinarily, we will want to apply to use this kind of place. It's not possible. And again, the kind of program you're talking about is a program that all of us are also interested in. And so if you want to use this place will not be able to contain the number of people that support Mr. President himself, from His Excellency the Governor. So that if you want to use any place, the best place for you to use is the Adokia Mesemaka Stadium, where everybody uses now. It is open for everybody. We are not the kind of ones that will stop people from using our facilities. And of course, if we stop you from using these facilities, why are we allowing you use the Polytechnic?
Michael Ebite, who led government officials on the inspection tour, said the stadium is currently in a delicate condition, warning that heavy human traffic could damage underground pipes beneath the pitch. He stressed that the contracting firm is committed to the safety of lives and property and would not permit the use of facilities undergoing renovation for any event, regardless of political affiliation.
Not used here for anything. I have not received any application.
And we are at the mechanical aspect of the job whereby it's unsafe for public usage at the moment, whereby my leads of pipes buried here, my perforated pipes buried under my geotextile, are so vulnerable that heavy weight, if it comes on contact with it, is going to damage the entire hydrological network of this super tough FIFA standard pitch we're producing here for you guys. And behind me, you can see there are hazardous environments for non-safe activities. So if you're not properly coordinated, you might end up getting injured, sincerely speaking. So the area, the facility, as far as I'm concerned, it is not safe for public usage till after the construction of this facility.
The Oyo State Police Command has reported a significant operational breakthrough following the deadly armed attack on the Old Oyo National Park or Loka area, which claimed the lives of 5 forest rangers and park personnel. In a statement on Saturday, Olayinka Alayade, the spokesperson for the command, revealed that 7 suspects linked to the attack have been arrested. The apprehensions include the alleged mastermind and ringleader of the 10-member gang responsible for the brutal assault. The attack took place on January 6, 2026, around 9 p.m., when armed bandits reportedly arrived in large numbers on motorcycles equipped with sophisticated firearms. They stormed the National Park office, launched a coordinated attack on the rangers, and succeeded in freeing gang members who had been previously detained for criminal activities within the park and surrounding communities. Following the incident, Commissioner of Police Femi Haruna directed an immediate deployment of operational assets to the area and instructed the command monitoring unit to lead the investigation. This intelligence-driven operation resulted in the initial arrest of 3 suspects, Mohammed Dangi, Abubakar Abdullahi, and Shehu Usman. Subsequent investigations led to the capture of 4 more suspects from various hideouts across the country, including Toro Malami, Usman Umaru, Laulo Muhammadu, and Usman Isa. The suspects have reportedly confessed to their roles in the attack, providing detailed accounts of how the gang carried out the operation on multiple motorcycles, with the primary goal of rescuing detained members. Their confessions have yielded actionable intelligence that is helping authorities track down other fleeing members of the criminal syndicate. The Oyo State Police Command emphasized that the arrests mark a major step in curbing armed banditry and ensuring the safety of residents and forest personnel in the state. The command also thanked Governor Seyi Makinde for his support in strengthening the state security architecture and commend Inspector General of Police Kayode Ebetokun for his strategic guidance and operational assistance. Residents of the state were urged to remain calm and avoid spreading unverified information that could incite panic or compromise ongoing security efforts. The command reaffirmed its commitment to safeguarding lives and property and warned that all fleeing members of the gang will be pursued and brought to justice. Up ahead, Wike hands over 12 ambulances to FCT public hospitals. One dies as customs engage smugglers in gun deal. Details of these and more after the break.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Concerns are rising across northern Nigeria over the enforcement of Hisbah laws, with residents alleging that some Islamic moral police officers are exceeding their authority. A spokesperson for the northern-based human rights group, Ibrahim Lawal, said that the problem is not the existence of Hisbah, but the lack of clear boundaries and accountability mechanisms. The Hisbah Police, formally established in 2003 under Governor Malam Ibrahim Shekarau, operates in states that have implemented Sharia law, including Kano, Katsina, Zamfara, Sokoto, and others. Their official role is to uphold public morality and social order. Critics say recent actions by Hisbah, arbitrary arrests, property destruction, and harassment have created fear among Muslims and non-Muslims. In Kano, incidents include raids on private gatherings, the destruction of alcoholic beverages, and arrests of youths for alleged immoral conduct. One high-profile case involved a Christian barber, Elijah Ode, arrested twice in January 2021 for haircuts deemed offensive in Islam, and detained for more than a week. Similar complaints have emerged from Zamfara and Katsina, where traders and residents allege assault, property destruction, and humiliation. Legal experts warn these practices may violate Nigeria's constitution, which guarantees freedom of religion, movement, and personal liberty. Human rights groups, including Amnesty International and Huriwa, have called for stronger oversight, emphasizing that moral guidance should come through education, not coercion. Supporters of Hisbah, including Islamic scholars, argue the institution is important for preserving social order and moral values, but agree that reforms and accountability are needed. Some state governments are reportedly considering measures to regulate operations, train personnel on human rights, and improve coordination with conventional law enforcement. Analysts say the debate over Hisbah highlights the broader challenge of balancing religious laws with democratic principles in Nigeria's multi-ethnic and multi-religious society. The Federal Capital Territory Administration has strengthened emergency healthcare services with the handover of 12 new ambulance buses to public hospitals in Abuja. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike presented the vehicles at the FCTA Secretariat, describing them as part of a broader effort to improve healthcare delivery and emergency response. Correspondent Chimezie Nzedinma reports.
At the FCTA Secretariat in Abuja on Thursday, the FCT administration officially handed over 12 new ambulance buses to public hospitals. The 12 ambulances are expected to improve response time and emergency medical access across the Federal Capital Territory. The Mandate Secretary of the FCT Health and Environment Secretariat, Dr. Adedolapo Fasewe, said the initiative reflects a people-centered approach to healthcare beyond infrastructure alone. She noted that the administration has addressed long-standing welfare issues, including hazard allowances, wage awards, and medical residency training funds, some unpaid since 2021.
It is heartwarming that this administration has paid allowances that have been due, some even since 2021. I wish to particularly refer to the 13th month hazard allowance for healthcare workers and wage award, the medical residency training fund. I can confidently say that FCT is the only state that has paid all these allowances up to date. There have been many other interventions, including the upgrade of the School of Nursing to a full-fledged College of Nursing, making it the first College of Nursing also in this area of the country.
Dr. Fasawe and WHO Acting Emergency Manager Dr. Kumshida Yakubu described the intervention as a coordinated effort to strengthen healthcare delivery and boost staff morale across FCT health facilities.
This initiative goes beyond the provision of just ambulances. It reflects our commitment to people-centered governance, emergency preparedness, and improved health outcomes for all who reside in the FCT.
For us in WHO, we are committed to supporting the FCT administration in achieving its health goals, particularly in emergency preparedness and response. WHO works closely with the Health Service and Environmental Secretariat and all partners in the FCT to build resilient health system, promoting universal health coverage and ensuring that everyone has access to essential health services. These ambulances will undoubtedly save lives and reduce morbidity by providing timely transportation to health facilities. WHO applauds the FCT minister's efforts to strengthen its emergency medical services.
FCT Minister Nyesom Wike linked effective emergency services to improved infrastructure, particularly road networks that enable ambulances to reach patients quickly. He disclosed that 14 health centers are currently undergoing rehabilitation alongside investment in education and other key sectors.
I did say before that every sector will be looked into. So many people were saying, why are we concentrating on road infrastructure? So many people were saying, why are we focusing on education? But people forget that these ambulances may break down when there are no good roads. When it is emergency period for you to convey patients and the roads are not workable condition, then the whole essence of the emergency vehicles becomes useless. So first thing first, and that's what we have been able to do. As we speak here, we're already in procurement process of rehabilitating and furnishing 14 of our health centers.
With the ambulances now deployed, authorities say residents can expect faster emergency response and improved access to critical healthcare services across the FCT. In Abuja, Chimizi Zedima reporting for Signature TV News.
The Nigeria Customs Service Ogun 1 Area Command, Idiroko, confirmed that an alleged smuggler was killed during a gunfight with suspected smugglers and a mob attack along the Alapoti bush path in Adodo Ota local government area, Ogun State, on Saturday. According to the public relations officer, Zachary Chadu, the incident occurred around 6 a.m. when officers intercepted motorcycles carrying smuggled rice. While withdrawing, the operatives were ambushed by a mob armed with Dane guns, stones, bottles, and charms in an attempt to reclaim the goods. Chado said officers repelled the attack after a 30-minute confrontation, during which one assailant was injured and later died. The command linked the attack to its intensified anti-smuggling operations, which have recently led to major seizures of rice, narcotics, arms, and ammunition. The command also arrested a suspect who claimed ownership of 46 bags of foreign parboiled rice seized during the operation. Deputy Controller Olukayode Afeni, Acting Customs Area Controller, condemned the assault as barbaric and reaffirmed that the command's enforcement activities would continue. He warned that all perpetrators would be brought to justice and assured the public of the command's commitment to safety and lawful enforcement under the Nigeria Customs Service Act 2023. A youth entrepreneur and activist, Joshua Alade, says the failure of the government to adequately provide for the welfare of Nigerians is a major factor in driving young people to seek better opportunities abroad. Speaking on Signature Morning, Alade lamented that many citizens have lost confidence in government, stressing that Nigerians are now burdened with providing basic amenities such as electricity, water, and security, responsibilities that should ordinarily be handled by the state. He described it as disturbing that instead of empowering young people through job creation and skills development, security agencies often harass them for owning phones and laptops, tools he says are critical for innovation and productivity in today's economy.
And you know that you are a victim of police violence, you don't want to stay back. I've seen and I've read stories online of people who have young people because they have an iPhone or they use a MacBook they are being harassed by the police. You don't want to be harassed by the people who are supposed to be who are supposed to be protecting you, and it can leave a lasting impression on your mental health. It's also the same thing in the place of work. If I work in a very toxic environment, it's going to impact my mental health. It's not just going when I move from that place and I go to another organization. The experiences I've had in the previous place will still play in my head, and it will require a lot of effort to make sure that I can fully be myself. So what is required is for the government to be able to fulfill the social contract. One social contract is creating jobs for young people.
Alade, however, urged young Nigerians to focus on acquiring relevant skills in information technology, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship to remain competitive in the global space. He also encouraged youths to understand and assert their rights, noting that this would help curb abuses by overzealous individuals and security operatives, while stressing the importance of proper life planning.
Most of the millionaires, people who are changing the world today, majority of them are entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurship creates that opportunity to employ more people. So I really encourage that every young person right now, one way or another, should learn a skill to be an entrepreneur. And for technical and vocational skills, there needs to be that emphasis on the world of work today. What are the skills that are required? How can young people be able to maintain excellence, and how can they communicate what they are doing, both to their customers and then the people around them? Technical and vocational skills are very important. People will never stop building houses, so we would always need tilers, we would always need painters, we would always need electricians, and these people are well paid. In the UK, they are one of the highest paid people. In the US, they are one of the most highest paid people. So those technical and vocational skills are not just technical and vocational skills, they are life skills. And I encourage every young person and institutions around Nigeria to make sure that we create a very good structure for vocational and technical skills.
Up next is foreign news.
At least 32 people have been killed in Israeli airstrikes across the Gaza Strip, according to local authorities. Gaza Civil Defense Agency says children and women were among those killed. It says one strike hit a tent sheltering displaced people in the southern city of Khan Yunis. Palestinians say the attacks are the heaviest since the second phase of the US-brokered ceasefire came into effect earlier this month. The Israeli military confirmed carrying out the strikes, saying they were a response to a Hamas violation of the agreement on Friday. Israel and Hamas have both accused each other of breaching the truce. The Israeli army said fighters were seen emerging from underground infrastructure in eastern Rafah, and that strikes targeted Hamas commanders, weapon sites, and launch areas across Gaza. Hamas condemned the attacks, calling them ongoing violations of the ceasefire. Local officials say several homes, shelters, and a police station were hit. At Gaza City's Shifa Hospital, medics reported that an airstrike on a residential building killed 3 children and 2 women. At least 12 people were reported killed in a strike on a police station. Videos from across Gaza shows bodies pulled from rubble and extensive damage to buildings. The strikes come as the Rafah border crossing with Egypt is due to reopen. Egypt and Qatar, both involved in ceasefire mediation, have urged restraint. The war began after the Hamas-led attack on Israel on 7th October 2023, which killed about 1,200 people. More than 71,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza since then, according to local health authorities, figures widely cited by international organizations. Pakistan's military says it has killed at least 92 militants following deadly coordinated attacks across the southwestern Balochistan province on Saturday. The military also reported 15 security personnel and 18 civilians killed and accused India of supporting the militants, a claim Delhi has reportedly denied. The Balochistan Liberation Army, a separatist group, had earlier claimed responsibility, saying dozens of soldiers were targeted. Neither side's figures have been independently verified. Militants struck 12 cities and towns, attacking police stations, paramilitary units, prisons, and government buildings. In response, the military launched clearance operations, sealing key administrative buildings in Quetta, suspending train services, and jamming mobile networks as a precaution. Prime Minister Shehbaz Rashid praised the military, vowing to continue the war against terrorism until its complete eradication. Balochistan has been plagued by a long-running ethnic insurgence. Local groups accuse the federal government of exploiting the province's rich natural resources without benefiting its people. While activists say security forces are responsible for enforced disappearances, claims Islamabad denies. The province, Pakistan's largest by land, covers nearly 44% of the country, but is home to just 5% of its population. Rich in gas, minerals, and a strategic coastline along the Arabian Sea, it shares borders with Iran and Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. The Baloch ethnic group has lived there for centuries, with Pashtuns as the second largest community. Violence in Balochistan dates back to 1948, shortly after Pakistan's independence, as separatists have resisted federal control and sought greater autonomy or independence. Saturday's attacks mark one of the deadliest days in years and highlight ongoing instability in the region. A second woman has alleged she was sent to the UK by the late Jeffrey Espien for a sexual encounter with Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, according to her lawyer. The woman, who is not British and was in her 20s at the time, says the encounter took place in Royal Lodge in 2010. Her lawyer says she later toured Buckingham Palace and had tea there. The BBC has not been able to independently verify the alleged visit, which would require identifying the woman. The claim is the first time an Espien survivor has alleged that a sexual encounter involving the former prince took place at a royal residence. BBC News has asked Andrew Mountbatten Windsor for comment, but he has not responded. The woman is represented by a US lawyer who acts for more than 200 Espien survivors worldwide and previously represented Virginia Giuffre. Giuffre accused the former prince of sexual assault when she was 17, allegations he has consistently denied. The civil case was settled in 2022 without an admission of liability. Giuffre died last year. Jeffrey Espien was convicted in 2008 of soliciting sex from a minor and later died in custody. The lawyer says communications took place between his client and the former prince before the alleged encounter, and that he is now considering filing a civil lawsuit on her behalf. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has suggested that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor should be prepared to testify before the US Congress over his links to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Espien. Sir Keir said anyone with relevant information should be willing to share it, adding that a victim-centered approach must put Espien's victims first. His comments follow the release of millions of US Justice Department files related to Espien, including photographs that appear to show Mountbatten Windsor kneeling over an unidentified woman inside what looks like Espien's New York mansion. BBC Verify says the decor in the images is consistent with the property. No context is provided for the photos, and there is no suggestion of criminal wrongdoing. US Democrats previously asked Mountbatten Windsor to answer questions as part of a congressional investigation. At the time, Sir Keir said the decision was a personal matter for him. The latest document released also includes emails from 2010 suggesting Espien invited Batten Windsor to meet a 26-year-old woman in London. The messages were exchanged 2 years after Espien pleaded guilty to soliciting a minor. The emails do not indicate any illegal activity. Mountbatten Windsor Formerly Prince Andrew has reportedly denied all wrongdoing and says he was unaware of Espien's criminal behavior. He was stripped of his royal titles last year amid growing scrutiny of his association with Espien. The BBC has approached him for comment. Marius Borg Horby will appear in Oslo District Court on Tuesday without the support of his closest family. The mother, Crown Prince Mette-Marit, and his stepfather, Crown Prince Haakon, will not attend what is one of the largest and most sensitive trials in Norway in recent years. The 29-year-old faces 38 charges, including 4 counts of rape, assault, and threats against a former girlfriend, criminal damage, drug offenses, and driving violations. If convicted, he could face a prison sentence of more than 10 years. The court has imposed a ban on photographing Høiby, but the 7-week trial is attracting intense international media attention. The Norwegian royal palace has stressed that Høiby is not a public figure and is not a member of the royal family, though he has long been regarded as close to it. Commentators say the case represents an unprecedented challenge for Norway's monarchy and its reputation. Høiby has admitted to some lesser offenses, including physical abuse and damaging property, but denies the most serious charges, particularly those relating to rape and sexual assault. Prosecutors say the alleged offenses span several years and involve women who were incapacitated, which under Norwegian law constitutes rape. Several women are expected to give evidence, including a former girlfriend whose identity has been made public after the court rejected an anonymity request. Her allegations of violence form part of the indictment and are strongly denied by the defense. Crown Prince Haakon has said the family will not attend the trial, but has expressed concern both for his stepson and for the women involved. King Harald and Queen Sonja will also be absent, while Crown Princess Mette-Marit is seriously ill with pulmonary fibrosis and is being prepared for a possible lung transplant. As the trial gets underway, it is expected to place sustained pressure on Norway's royal family, an institution traditionally known for its openness and close relationship with the public. And that's it on the foreign scene.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape. From the dream team, we can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette. Welcome to here. I tend to give you interesting stories, top charts and drama from the world of art, movie, music, literally everything that has to do with the entertainment industry and, of course, social media. Today I have interesting stories, and today being Thursday, we'll be looking at some fashion reviews. And then we have an interview which we'll be reviewing to you also. But first of all, let's talk about the trendings of the day. American YouTuber and global live stream sensation Darren Jason Watson Jr., popularly known as iShowSpeed, has officially become a Ghanaian citizen after completing a month-long tour across Africa. The development was announced by Ghana's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Sam Okudzo Ablaka, who revealed that the 21-year-old influencer was issued a Ghanaian passport following official confirmation of what he described as iShow's irrefutable ties to the country. The granting of citizenship is set to align with Ghana's Beyond the Return initiative, a program designed to strengthen connection with the African diaspora and encourage people of African descent to formalize their ties with the country. According to the ministry, the decision came after engagements that underscored the streamer's deepening relationship with Ghana and the African continent, driven largely by his cultural interaction and public content. Ablakwa also commended the YouTuber for projecting Ghana and Africa in a positive light to a global audience, describing him as a fitting ambassador for the continent. iShowSpeed recently wrapped up his Africa tour, which kicked off on December 29, 2025 and spanned 20 Africa countries. During the tour, he used his live stream to spotlight the continent's culture, tourism, technology, and everyday experiences to his more than 50 million YouTube subscribers, contributing to efforts to counter stereotype and reshape international perception of Africa. Now, this one is very, very quite interesting. I mean, I was so surprised and like, wow, you know, but I was disappointed too. I'm not saying that Nigeria did not, you know, do something when he came, but just like Remy said, that nothing actually talked about Nigeria when he came to Nigeria. He was disappointed the same way I was too, right? When you look at the tour of iShowSpeed in Ghana, you would see beautiful things that happened, right? They showcased their culture, their tourism, their food, everything. They even gave him an apparel, you know, the Ghana apparel and all that. In Nigeria, I don't know what really happened. And he said he was not gonna visit, that he's not gonna visit Nigeria again. This is embarrassing. I know that we have a whole lot going on, but iShowSpeed is a YouTuber. He's not a small person, and he came to Nigeria as one of the Africa country which he's on a tour on, and all we could do was constitute a nuisance, do all sorts of irresponsible things that would even, you know, we already have something going on and Nigeria already has a picture in people's mind. Now we had to like add more picture to it. It was embarrassing, honestly. Nothing to show for it. The only good thing we had was, when he tasted the jollof rice of Ghana and Nigeria, he picked Nigeria. Just that. Nothing else. Nothing interesting, nothing intriguing, nothing exciting. That, he came to Nigeria, he would never ever forget it. Yeah, most people would say the citizenship is irrelevant, it's not that important and all, but he got it. He got it. They showed their culture, they showcased everything that has to do with Ghana, and he got it. We did not get anything, nothing, just that our jollof rice is delicious, it's better than Ghana's own. This, we need to do better. The only thing we know how to do, according to Remy, is to stand and beg. Anyways, the family of late gospel singer Omije Ojumi has clarified the reasons behind the cancellation of burial plans earlier proposed to some of her colleagues, urging the public to disregard misleading social media claims. Speaking at the Service of Songs and Artists Night in Lagos on Wednesday, her brother-in-law, Mr. Femi Eriton, said the family decided to handle the burial independently after disagreements with members of the gospel music community. He dismissed reports of family conflict, stressing that they remain united, noting that many people are crying more than the bereaved. Eriton explained that although the family head, Mr. Wale Akinanu, initially agreed to a quick burial due to health concerns and emotional strain, further discussions led the family to opt for a more dignified, carefully planned burial, considering that Omije Ojumi was survived by a husband and children. He said attempts to communicate this decision to representatives of the artist failed, leaving the family with no choice but to take full responsibility of the burial arrangement. Eriton also condemned the video by a self-styled prophet, alleging that the family was soliciting funds and seeking artist intervention, describing the claim as false and warning of legal action if no evidence is provided. Despite the controversy, he thanked artists who supported the family and honored Omije Ojumi, though only a few guest artists attended the Lagos service of songs. I wonder why. But you know, when I said a whole lot of court case will be happening this year, because most people just tend to set camera on their light, set their tripod and say whatever they want to say. Most people even say it on stage, on pulpit, anywhere. All because we have the right of speech, freedom of speech, right? Yeah, that's how it's been said, freedom of speech. And you just say things without evidence. Now her brother-in-law is saying that if you don't have evidence to these claims, we'll meet in court. The good thing is that lawyers are going to, money would be dancing in their pocket this period, because it's not going to be free. Money will be spent, right? May her soul rest in peace. In the midst of all this drama, burial arrangements and all, the prayer is may her soul rest in peace. She was knocked down with a very serious illness, and this is a gospel artist that decided to use her voice, her talent to glorify God. Unfortunately, health had its way and death also had its way. So all we need to pray for is she rests in peace. Now, Nollywood actress Angela Okori has been remanded at the Suleja Correctional Center following her arraignment over alleged cyber-related offenses. Okori was arrested in Lagos on Tuesday by operatives of the Lagos State Criminal Investigation Department. Confirming the development on Wednesday, the Lagos State Police Public Relations Officer Abimbola Adebisi told the Cable Lifestyle that the actress was taken into custody by the Nigeria Police Force National Cybercrime Center in Abuja. Filmmaker Ajemba Stanley also confirmed that Okori was charged to court on Wednesday and subsequently remanded. In a series of social media posts, Stanley criticized the process, describing it as an abuse of power. He vowed to travel to Abuja to secure her release, urging authorities to follow due legal process. Stanley further claimed that he would be in Abuja to follow up the matter, warning that human rights groups were monitoring the situation. While the police have yet to issue an official statement detailing the specific charges, industry sources suggested that the case may be linked to Okori's long-running and public feud with fellow actress Mercy Johnson. The dispute escalated last year after Okori made controversial claims about Johnson's health and accused her of hypocrisy, allegations that sparked widespread backlash online. As of the time of filing the report, the police had not disclosed further details on the allegations against Okori. You know, when Mercy Johnson made that video, like, she took out her time to talk for about how many minutes? More than 5 minutes, saying that she's not going to hear any sorry from anybody. She would not listen to anybody begging for anybody. Now we are still wondering what could be the cause of this arrest. Maybe because of what happened last year, the allegation, the statement, the cyberbullying and everything. And now maybe she's ready to handle it right now, because they said they booked her flight to Abuja, which is very funny. They gave you a very comfortable, you know. Now this person saying that, oh, things should be done the right way and all that. Yeah, people will tend to say whatever they want to say, but the truth is, she can't just be accused of cyberbullying just like that if she did nothing, right? She is a celebrity. You can't just accuse her just like that. So the truth is, we meet in court. This statement, we meet in court, is going to trend so much this year because a whole lot of people will be taken to Kirikiri, whether they like it or not. So we should all be guided in what we say, what we do, at this point, in where you look. And if you tend to do something that at the end of the day you realize yourself that, oh my god, what I did is wrong, even though you know you're getting views and comments, followership and all, just go back and say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, it wasn't normal, it was, you know, the way Kanye did his own, the way Nkechi Blessing did her, just go back and apologize, because the internet do not forget. It will always come back. The traces would always come back. And we're talking about human beings' feelings, emotionally, psychologically, and even physically. Even their job is at risk. So you don't just come out and do things, say things, and then you expect to go scot-free. Mr. Johnson made it clear that no, nobody is coming to beg me for anybody. I'm not going to listen. You would do your thing, your begging in court. Discuss with the judges, right? Because if you don't have concrete evidence and reasons to your actions, I'm very sorry for you, it will not all go well with you. So let's all, every single person, be guided. Watch what you say on social media, because nobody's taking it light with anybody again. No. Anyways, Nigerian comedian D1, whose real name is Adirumbi Adekunle Dayo, has received a summon from the Force Intelligence Department, FID, Lagos, for what was described as a routine fact-finding interview scheduled for Monday. The invitation follows a viral video in which D1 reacted to President Bola Tinubu's reported stumble in Turkey on January 27. In the video, the comedian compared Tinubu to past Nigerian leaders, urging the president to rest, and appealed to his son, Sheyi Tinubu, to persuade him. A former Big Brother Niger housemate D1 appeared unconcerned by the summon, sharing that he intends to honor the invitation. He was seen dressed in Nigeria-branded attire, projecting confidence despite mixed reactions online. The development has sparked debates on social media, with users questioning the boundaries of free speech and political commentary in Nigeria. The same thing I'm saying. You see? Now let's listen to what he said.
Dear Nigerians, the Nigerian police force has invited me, and I'm going to read the content of the letter to you. The Commissioner of Police, the Nigerian Police Force, Force Intelligence Department, FID, Lagos Annex, Ken Salem House, Obalinde, Lagos, Adirumbi Adedayo, aka D1, letter of invitation. This office is conducting an inquiry in which there is a reasonable ground to invite you for a routine interview. Number 2, it is a fact-finding invitation, and you are requested to interview the Commissioner of Police through the OC-CIOS team. Venue, FID Annex Office, Ken Salem House, Obalinde, Lagos. Thanks for your cooperation. Signed, the Commissioner of Police, Force Intelligence Department, Annex, Obalinde, Lagos, CP Akaniyeni Ezima, Commissioner of Police, FID, FHQ, Annex, Lagos. Now, to the Inspector General of Police, sir, Mr. Kayode Egbetokun, I saw something strange that happened in Turkey and that involved our president, our dear president, and I aired my view as a normal Nigerian. If it is about my video yesterday, because I've had a lot of calls, a lot of people have said different things. This one is cyberbullying. You should have mentioned the president's son. You should have talked about the president. You know, some people have said, oh, something happened. Somebody involved your name. They want to use you to find somebody. Different things. But if it's about my video yesterday, I do not regret it. And I don't think I have done anything wrong or said anything wrong. I will not apologize if it is about my video yesterday. As a good citizen of Nigeria, on Monday, by God's grace, I'm going to honor this invitation and I'll be there at Ken Salem House, Obalende. I will keep Nigeria.
All right, you heard what he said. The whole freedom of speech thingy. Now they're summoning him to the police station for interview and questioning and all. Let's see how that goes on Monday. Okay, that's all I have for you in the news segment. This hour will go on a short break, and up next is fashion review. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. In case you missed, we just finished the news segment, the part where we tend to tell you the trending stories happening in the entertainment industry. And right now, this is the fashion review segment, and on today's edition of Fashion Review, we're taking you to South Africa for the Bridgerton Season 4 premiere, where Nigerian celebrities brought their A game on the red carpet. Let's dive into the standout outfits and see who truly slayed the night. So first on the list is Shine Rossman. We know her as an actress, a very beautiful one at that. So let's take a look at her outfit. Now Shine is giving diamond of the season. She was looking so beautiful. I mean, that color suits her so well. I don't know how these fashion designers do it, but her outfit was so gorgeous and outstanding. Like the gloves, the mask, she had this whole pink mask and everything. It was really beautiful. I always trust Nigerians when it comes to outfits and, you know, things like this, to come rep themselves in another country. All right, up next is Idia Asian. Let's take a look at what he wore to the premiere. So, Idia was given, what do I call her now? You know, her outfit is giving royalty, right? I almost called her Queen Charlotte, right? I almost called her what's this Bridgerton, Mrs. Bridgerton? I've forgotten her name. You know the fun fact? I just started that movie. It came out today, so I just started it. Lady Danbury, yes, that's the name I'm looking for. She's giving this whole the Duke's wife, right? I don't know, but it's so beautiful and elegant. That's one thing I love about this whole Bridgerton outfit and all. The only thing that they tend to showcase is the upper part of their body, which is the cleavage for ladies, but they tend to cover other parts of their body, which gives you that elegancy as a lady. I'm right. I know I'm right. All right, up next is Daniel Etim. I mean, the men was not out of it. They outdid themselves. Daniel did a great job. In fact, Daniel had to give us a whole lot of details of how he came out of his car, went to his fashion designer's place, went for his fitting and all. And then I wasn't expecting less because, yeah, they would say men's outfit is the color and all the details and everything, stones and all, it's just beautified. But it's not even easy to work in that apparel. You need to have the aura for it. You need to have the composure for it. You need to have the body for it, right? Because there are people that will fit into the outfit and it's not even giving at all. So yes, that is Daniel Etim Effiong going for his fitting, and he outdid himself. So let's take a look at it.
Happy to pull up on you right now, baby, right now. Originally no be China, oh no be China. From today, I want the day when me happy tanda, not kupenda. Me I like the bunda, biggie softy bunda. Me happy tanda, not kupenda. Me I like the bunda, biggie softy bunda.
The name's Sherlock Holmes and the address is 221B Baker Street.
Power resides where men believe it resides. It's a trick, a shadow on the wall.
That was effortlessly. They don't call men gorgeous. What do they call them now? Fine, you know, handsome. I don't know. It just carried the pride, the color, and everything. It's beautiful. All right. Up next is Efe. Efe outfit was giving Penelope, right? Because that family tend to love flowers, colors, yellow, blue, you know, a whole lot of details happening on in their outfits, right? But it's also beautiful. So let's take a look at Efe's outfit.
Dis-moi où est ton papa, sans même devoir lui parler, c'est ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché, ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey. Où t'es papa, où t'es, papa, où t'es, papa, où t'es, papa, où t'es.
You see what I mean by she's giving Penelope and all, but it's so beautiful, and the whole details on her hair. She was trying to do Queen Charlotte's hair design. You know, Queen Charlotte's, aside from her outfit, her hair is telling a story. It's either birds that are eating or giving birth or doing one thing or the other, or someone building a house or one thing like that, right? That was what her hair details was trying to give. And for her outfit, it's giving nature, flowers, trees, leaves, and everything beautiful. I don't know, but She's also giving Diamond of the Season. One of these dukes should see her and get married to her. That's what she's still telling you. Like, you can't just take your eyes off me. That's what the details of her appearance looks like. And maybe I'll be the next queen. Okay, and finally is Uzarukwe. Uzarukwe didn't do much of videos, so we just had pictures of him. Uzarukwe is giving the richest duke in London. Oh my god. In fact, I in my mind I said I think he should be the Duke of the Season, right? What do they call the man of the season now? I don't know. But he should be the man of the season to pick the Diamond of the Season. So you decide who he will pick. Is he going for Shine, Idia, or Efe? But yeah, he outdid himself. He's giving that young, strong, rich, royal man and ready to pick a wife in the ballroom. So who is that beautiful diamond ready for me? You know, the aura, the composure, every single details was. And you know one thing I love about this whole outfit that Nigerians had to do in that South Africa premiere is the color they chose. I mean, they outdid themselves with colors, and I loved it. Every single details of their outfit. They know they fall our hand, when it comes to things like this. You get where then they fall our hand, but they outdid themselves, and we should give it to them whether we like it or yes. Okay, that's all I have for you on fashion review today. We'll go on a short break, and up next is the conversation segment, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Is your phone on portrait? If it's on portrait, please put it on landscape.
Okay, on landscape. Oh, thank you. This work. Back it up. It's hold on, just a minute.
All right. So while you're doing that, so we wouldn't take much of our viewers' time, right?
Okay.
Why is the Yuletide period considered the most lucrative for Nollywood releases?
Okay. It's let's say this for Nollywood filmmakers, it's been the end of the year. It's a very remarkable time for those of us in the southern part of the country. All over the world, it's a remarkable time for everybody. It's a time where everybody wants to relax, spend time with family, go out. The loved ones you've not seen for a very long time, go out. And for Easterners, Easterners during the period, you'll be asked if you're going to your village, if you're going home, and all that. So most people travel. There is a lot of influx to the communities, to the villages, to meet with family. So actually, I feel a village is any place you can go stay with your family. That's what I feel a village is, a community. So a lot of people go meet their family during this Christmas period. So, and during that period, they tend to spend quality time with them. And a lot of those quality time includes going to see movies, going to fun places, going hanging out basically. So, and due to that particular strategic move, a lot of people realize it's no longer a trial and error again for Nollywood filmmakers. Everybody in Nollywood knows now that any film that you can drop during the Christmas period is going to make up to minimum 200 million. As far as you have the slot to take your film to the cinema during this Christmas period, they're going to make up to 200 million. We see a rundown of, okay, the first time someone was able to even get up to ₦1 billion during the cinema run was in 2023, Funted with a Tribe Called Judah, and it was a massive hit. It was like, oh, this is wonderful, this is remarkable. And now fast forward to this year, we have something like that again. This time it's like double. So it's something that we need to understand, that it's a culture, and it's a tradition that is now being imbibed into people, people, like this is a time to spend. It's normally a time to spend time with family, so it's a time to see them, have quality time and all that. So I feel it's because of the demand for family time, the demand for quality time with family and all. That's what makes this period a very interesting time for filmmakers, film producers.
Personal question now. How was your holiday? Because I know with you people producing massive movies, I don't think you had enough holiday.
Actually had a holiday. I think I was
Oh,
in
you
Cross
did?
River. Yeah, I traveled to Cross River. Okay, yes, I traveled to Cross River, and then I went. I no, normally as a filmmaker, one thing I always advocate for people is just make sure you take care of yourself. You have one life. Make sure you take care of yourself. So I like taking care of myself to the extent that I can. My holiday was wonderful. Although I didn't spend time with family yet.
All right, no problem. So now, how does the festive season influence ticket sales compared to other times of the year? Because it seems this festive period is a very special time for filmmakers, like you earlier said, is becoming a culture. But like, how exactly does this affect ticket sales?
Okay, so let me say this. Ticket sales increased from around 3,000 or so. See, what I'm sure is there's a 37% price increase during this Christmas period, during the past Christmas period. You cannot go to a cinema and get a ticket for less than 5K. So you can imagine, do the math, for less than 5K. I'm not sure. In this country, I stay in ENUGU, so most of the cinemas here, the Havana, the Genesis, you can't get a ticket for less than 5K. And understand there is a demand, and it's a lot of economics. When there is a demand for stuff, a lot of people want to, possibly, yes, there is demand. Everybody is available. It's like, let's use the weekend for an example. We know that normally during the weekend, people tend to go to bars, have their most sales during the weekend. It's the same thing that happens to films during the Christmas period for filmmakers. This is a time where filmmakers tend to see the big box, like the biggest box any filmmaker will ever make if you drop your film during Christmas. Unless you have a strategy that can defy it. And truth is this year alone, Nollywood beat Hollywood to the box office, as far as Nigeria is concerned. Nollywood beat 49.4%, while Hollywood films are doing 48.8%. So we beat them by a margin. Like, demand for Hollywood and Nollywood content in the cinema this period was higher than the demand for Hollywood content. And it's a good thing for us, knowing that a lot of people will be like, I know they watch Nigeria. I know they watch Nigerian film crowd. But truth is this, I feel that why this thing happened is this. The people that came back, they want to see the film. I'm trying to be in people's mind, because we did a survey and we realized that a lot of people that were in cinema during this period were family people. You see the dad, the mom, everybody dressed in red, looking all wonderful. And most of them just came in. They want to see. They're exploring their city. They're exploring whatever that is around them. So you see them come in troops and go, oh, this Nigerian film, let's go and watch it. And it's funny because most of them, they are used to the Hollywood. Because Hollywood is global. Hollywood is international. But for us, this time around, it was, this Nigerian film, let's go and watch it. And it made so much sense. It made so much sense.
Absolutely. All right. So now, does the rush to release multiple films at the same time? Because I'm speaking as a normal Nigerian citizen right now. If you go to YouTube, that festive period is bright for the season. Christmas this, Christmas that, Yuletide days, you know, things like that. Now, my question is, does the rush to release multiple films at once affect the quality of storytelling and production?
Truth is this, Anybody that is planning for a December film release, let me tell you, I'm not shocking anybody, but truth is, films that will be released this December, 2026 December, they already have their slots. They know the title of the films. Most of them, they know the filmmaker bringing the film to the cinema. So you don't wake up in the morning and decide I want to do a December release. Who are you? Are you Funka Kindele? Are you AY? Are you Rasunua? So you don't just wake up one morning and decide, oh, I want to release a film. Like you wake up sometime in September, be like, oh, I want to do a film. I'll release it December. You were waking up in September. You came late. You should be planning for 2028 December. To be planned because even the 2027 December, the slots are already it's a strategy for cinemas because they know that if filmmakers don't do quality films that make people to come to the cinema, cinemas won't have audiences. Like today is a Wednesday. Go to a cinema today. This is a midweek. Step into a cinema. There are films showing, but you can imagine the crowd drops during during the Christmas period. Let me know this. During the Christmas festive period, the crowds and like every day is a holiday. And when I talk about the Christmas, it's not like it's just the Christmas period. You see, during the Easter period, the August season when there is vacation, those are also peak period for filmmakers. But Christmas is more remarkable because you have a lot of traveling to see family that happens, and that's why people come to watch film. That's why people go to the cinemas with their troop. This period, people you see in cinema are young couple. Let's go on a date. People, those are people you see in cinema. So that's it.
All right, all right. Now, are there creative compromises made to meet the holiday release window? Like, are there things you guys say, oh, let's compromise and do this to make sure that we meet the demand of our audiences?
There is always a compromise, sincerely. Even if a film you want to release now, it mustn't be Christmas, there is always something you compromise on. But the truth is, the story, once you have a story, as a filmmaker that has, okay, I want to release a film for Christmas, you have the story, you have everything you want to place, there is always something you're going to compromise on. But truth is, whatever you compromise on, because the truth is, a lot of people that see an end product don't know what the person that was thinking had in mind. The end product is not necessarily what the person had in mind before they started shooting. The end product is, okay, what we've shot finally. We had this manual, we had this proposal, this is what we wanted to film. For long runs, and then we've shot our film. This is what we have, and this is what we are putting out there. So because of that, there will be compromises, but that does not mean people are not necessarily rushing to compromise on big budget films because December releases of film going to cinemas are big budgets, and people wouldn't want to rush because a lot of people because if you check, people that are dropping films during the December period are not filmmakers that just step out of I call them, I don't know if I should call them the veterans. They're the ones who've been seeing since the past 5 years. They are the ones that still have that same to go to the cinema. They're the ones that are repetitively yet. They've done it before, they're coming to do it again. These are the guys you see. So they already have a track record, they already have a history of doing this. They already have, because sincerely, not every film should go to cinema, but most people don't know this. Not every film that you do. Cinema films are big budget. You need to have up to a minimum of, you should be looking at 150 to 200 million to do a cinema project. That's what you should be looking at. So if you don't have that money, nothing concerns you concerns cinema. That's gotta be doing TV or even YouTube. Nobody will quarrel you for those ones. Just focus on YouTube.
Right, right. Now, do filmmakers consider cultural or traditional themes specifically for Yuletide releases? Because almost all the movies portrays modern lifestyle and all.
Okay, when we talk culture, as a filmmaker, me personally, I love the Igbo culture. Most of the films I tell, I'm trying to see how to make Igbo culture mainstream. Because truth is, Living in Bondage still remains the first film that commercialized filmmaking for film people. It was the film that let people know that, oh, this filmmaking thing can be commercialized. That was Living in Bondage for us. So, and we need to know that most filmmakers, I understand, if there is a commercial angle to this thing, we are looking to what is in demand, what will people want to watch, what will people spend to watch. You are now talking of cinema, you're not looking at YouTube now. What will people pay 5,000, 6,000? What would they easily part away with their money to go and watch? And most of these people would not necessarily come to the cinema to be watching cultural things during Christmas. But truth is this. I feel Home Alone is a culture, hugely cultural film. Home Alone is the best-selling Christmas film of all time. Every Christmas, that film is always speaking number one. No film will ever beat Home Alone. To the fact that this Christmas, there was an orchestra recording, like, a cinema hall showing Home Alone, and then the music. If you watch, I'm sure the viewers have watched Home Alone now. I shouldn't be telling you this story. So the music, all those melodies in between. You have an orchestra performing it while it's playing. Is this people's culture? We have our own culture for Christmas. We have our own Oyobuna and Anata village. Like, people are coming back to their village. We've not told our own cultural perspective with this Christmas. Everybody's trying to borrow somebody else's this thing. I keep saying it. If not, I've not been to an August meeting before. Now, Nollywood was what made me know that there's something called August meeting. Nollywood. So we have cultures that we could sell, portray through our film. Even the Igbo man has a Christmas perspective. I feel it's the Igbo man are the major people that travel from Lagos, from Kano, from California, from all over the world down to their village to spend the Christmas. Which other tribe does that? I don't know. I don't think the Hausa will do that. I don't think the Yoruba will do that as much as the Igbo men. Because if you take the influx, like, let me give this for example. Imo Airport was working day at 24 hours this Christmas period. Imo Airport was working 24 hours. There was an influx of people to this. Check, people were leaving Lagos down to the east more than they were going back to Lagos. People were leaving Abuja, Port Harcourt down to the east more than they were going down. Like, so these are things we could tell in our stories now. We know how Christmas they be for village. All those days they will travel, go watch masquerade. These are things we are used to. So most of us we have not yet gotten to that point where we are telling such cultural stories. Most of us want to tell it, but we are limited by funds. So we are telling the ones we could afford to tell, because they say the better soup na money killer. So if you cannot cook the better soup, go and soak your gari and granuts with what you can afford. I'm not letting down on the other filmmakers out there. I'm saying that we are creating stuff, but there are soft stuff we want to create that that is big budget. Imagine I want to tell a story of a person, let's say, let me use this as an example. Someone can go and see the story, no problem, enjoy. So a Igbo boy, born and brought up in UK, and has not been to Nigeria all his life. He's hearing all these things about Nigeria, and he's being told about how the Nigeria plays. And during one Christmas, his dad said, his grandma has been calling, oh yeah, Christmas, bring this kid back home for me. And one Christmas, the dad said, oh yeah, your grandma wants to see everybody, let's go. And he's a teenager, and all of them, I want to tell that story. I can't tell it from, even though think low budget what you want to take. For you to make that story interesting, you need to fly them from London to here. It gives it that cultural perspective. Now you see, you've seen the London, you see them at the airport, you see them Heathrow Airport, you see them traveling, maybe they're from ENUGU, they get to Akanibiam Airport, they start traveling to their village, and how their experiences are in the village. There is no how you can make that film low budget. There is no how.
Okay, Izu, I've had a great time with you. I mean, I can't even ask you other questions because you've answered everything. You've answered everything. And I had a great time doing this with you once again. I had an interesting time doing this with you. It's our pleasure. All right, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow For more interesting stories, other segments, and of course conversations like this that would interest and intrigue you to be glued to.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
This is Ugo Doris here.
No, I mean, like, with your makeup and all, you know, you played most times queen character and all, which you look pretty on. But I'm like, camera is not doing justice to your beautiful self. So I think you look very pretty in person.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming. So how has it been for you in the Nollywood industry? Can you share us your journey, how you started, your first audition and all?
Yeah. You know, every journey begins with a step. So when I started, it was just like a joke. I was just in my house then. A lady called me. She came to my house. And she was like, Doris, why don't you come and join us? This is Nollywood, oh, and people like you do scale through in this business. I was like, no, my husband will not let me. Oh. She now said, don't worry, I will help you talk to your husband. At least whenever there is audition or anything, he will allow you to come out. I said, okay. We went together, you know, to go and tell my husband. He said, we should go. We left. You know, I first of all joined Ebonyi State drama show.
Okay.
So I think I did like 3 episodes with them before I finally joined Nollywood. That was around 2003. Yeah. So I went and registered. From that moment, I was given a role. Audition, any audition that I would, you know, attend, I will be sure to have a role. They will definitely give me a role. Sometimes we'll be at audition ground. The director will call me out. Look at this woman. She has a camera face. She does. Her color is okay. Camera will always capture her wherever she is. I will be blushing. People will be like, hey, camera face, you know, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So after that, any movie that comes to Ebonyi, I would do. Anyone. Then my husband wouldn't let me come outside Ebonyi to go and, you know, act a movie. It was usually the one that comes to Ebonyi State. So I did it and did it. You know, a married woman, I doesn't have a say on my own. I cannot let myself go. I'm under somebody. So we were doing it till 2012. When I said, no, let me showcase my talent now. That was when I now came out, was shooting back to back. In fact, I did a movie with Sam Loco. He played my husband then, you know, Mr. Ibu, that time before I now came out and started playing with them again. So it has not been easy. It has not been easy. You know, it takes patience, perseverance, and then if you don't have patience, you won't be able to do it. You'll be like, is this what I will be doing? How will I continue waiting till I'll be able to start making money? No, I need to go. You just have to calm down. If you really know why you are there, you will calm down. Give your time. Give everything, because this job is jealous. You cannot combine it with any other thing.
Really?
Yeah. Like, as you work here, you cannot do a movie. Because there will be a time they will need you. And they will need you here also. You can't divide yourself into 2. You just have to go with one. So it's not easy.
I agree with you. Oh my God, you've just broken my heart. I wanted to go into movies, so now I can't.
Please, be where you are.
All right. So I don't know, was there ever a point whereby they tend to give you just one particular role to keep playing? And I will speak for myself that I tend to most times see you play a role of a queen. which you do very great on. I don't know if maybe it's because of your physique and maybe the aura and all. So was there ever a time you feel like, no, I'm not doing this anymore, I need to try other role?
Exactly.
Okay.
There was a time I said, no, I can't play a queen role again. I beg you, should let me be. Be giving me village woman. Somebody was like, do you look like a village woman? Is it the one who will give you and start, you know, bringing down your color and all that?
Yeah.
You know, it's not easy. They will always, we are doing, Mama, I have a radio movie to do. I would want you to be there. Which role am I? The queen now. I will say, why queen? Why the queen? Give me another one.
You want to play the maid?
No, at least another woman in the village. Another woman in the village.
Yeah.
At a time, you know, I always cry in my movie sometimes. As in, every little thing, I will start crying. They will be making me cry, making me run for my children, fight for my children, my husband, or any other thing. At a time, I was like, please, you people should give me the one I will make somebody to cry. I am tired of crying. Can't you people pity me? Sometimes I will fight. There was this movie I did with one woman. They said the woman will beat me or that she will push me to the ground. I was like, my children will laugh at me. My children will say, Mommy, how can you allow your fellow woman to push you? I will not fall like that, D. Please, just allow me to fall my own way. Director now said, okay, because if this woman should push me down, my children will not, my children will not allow me to talk. Yes. If I do anything, they will say, Mommy, your fellow woman beat you the other day in a movie. You couldn't even fight back. They wouldn't understand that was how the script said it should be.
Yeah.
They will think it's your thing. No, you just have to follow the script. So that's it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So do you feel more in control of your career choices today than before? I know someone made you to go into Nollywood. So do you feel like, okay, I made the right choice? No, I would have done this.
I made the right choice.
Okay.
I like where I am today. In fact, I love this job. Yes.
Well, you said it's very, jealous and all.
Yes, like I'm a civil servant. I'm sorry to say this. I don't know who's listening.
No, it's okay.
I am a civil servant.
Yeah.
I'm working with the Ebonyi State Culture and Tourism.
Okay.
Before I was in finance, I was having too many queries, too many suspensions.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't coming to work.
Yeah.
At a time, they said they gave me suspension, indefinite suspension. I cried. When they called me to come and face disciplinary action, I came late though because I was going from ENUGU. The headman was like, do you know you're stupid? Yes, sir. Do you know you're mad? I know, sir. If you do now, sorry, sir. I started crying. They were like, she has started acting. Look at that, she's acting now. But truly, I was crying from my heart. Not because I was acting, not because I wasn't doing it for them to pity me. The thing really touched me because everyday trouble. So what am I saying? This job, you can't do it together. Like now, everybody in my office knows that I'm into movies. I no longer hide it. So anytime they see me, it's okay better,
Yeah.
Anytime. Now they don't even care. So I have faced this squarely, and then had it been I faced the other one, I will get to where I am today. I think I'm enjoying it more here than the other side.
We're super proud of you, honestly. We are
Thank you.
super, super proud of you. You play your role so effortless. And I think that's because of the love you have for the job.
Exactly.
Now let's talk about women in the Nollywood, right? We tend to see a whole lot of things happening. I mean, late last year, it was up on social media of a young lady that was embarrassed, heartbroken, that she was supposed to play the lead actress. But that was taken away from her and given to somebody else, all because of her physique. She didn't have a bigger, I'm sure you heard this. So now we tend to wonder, does it mean that women need to look a particular way to be able to get role? Like you, we know that they always want to call you to be the queen because of your skin color, your body, the way you carry yourself and all. So does it mean that women need to look a certain way before they're given a particular role?
If you're playing a motherly role, you have to look like your mother. You must have the body.
Yeah.
Because they can't bring somebody like you to come and play mother. And they can't bring somebody like you to come and play queen. If they should give you that costume, you will lost in it. I swear, you will lost.
Yeah.
You will get lost into the costume. So what I will take it that my body matters a whole lot.
Okay.
Because I have given birth to people that are far back my elderly brothers, my seniors. I gave birth to them because of my body. So any clothes you give me, my body will swallow. Yes, and I will stand. Immediately I put on my costume, I've entered into the character. So I will start commanding.
So that means your body has to be...
It has a whole lot to do.
Okay.
Yes, about my character and the role I play. So it has
but
a whole lot.
you know, this thing tends to bring a whole lot of frustration. I felt so bad for her. So because she doesn't have, but you know, the annoying part of the whole story is the fact that they told her that she's going to play the role.
Okay.
And yes, we are shooting today, right? And then she comes and instead of giving her that role which you told her to play, and I'm sure she has practiced and all, maybe even crammed the script and all, then I'm there, you're telling me, no, I have to play the house help.
That was bad.
Okay.
And another thing, it's not good to cram a role.
Okay.
Or your lines. Just read it. Know what it's saying. And as you're reading, read the next person's character too. The person you're playing with, because you might get on set the dread.
I really love that. And you know, you just proved that you're an actress because I just
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team.
We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You're welcome to Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Obani. We are going to take you through major developments, major events in our country. And I wish you, once again, a happy and prosperous new year, even though the month of January has gone very far. But as long as we have January, we'll still continue to wish you a happy and prosperous new year. Once again, my name is Mike Obania. We're going to take you through some of the major events in our country. And we're looking at the development in River State. River State's politics, River State judiciary. The impeachment process of the governor of River State has just been put on hold through the action of the court. We look at the developments. We also look at the development in Kano State, where the Kano State governor, Abbas Yusuf, has resigned from the New Nigerian People's Party. He has not made his new party known. And, this is a season of defection. Well, we look at that too. Then the abduction that took place in Kaduna State. The abduction of worshippers that took place in Kaduna State. First of all, the security agencies denied that nothing of such took place. But later, they accepted the fact that there was actually an abduction. And it comes at a time when Nigeria has paid so much money to an American lobbyist, to launder the image of Nigeria. With me in the studio this morning is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje is a seasoned economist. Dr. Ukeje, you are welcome to the program.
Good morning, Mike.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martin Ani is a seasoned public affairs analyst. Mr. Ani, you're welcome to the program. Good morning. Good morning. You shake him on my behalf because he's tired. Thank you very much. It's like we are meeting for the first time since the year. You are welcome. You are welcome. Yes. Thank you very much for coming, and we wish you a happy and prosperous new year. It's like we have all stayed long in ENUGU state, really. And I want to take you to the center. Okay. I want to take you to the center. Center of Nigerian politics. I don't know whether you agree for us to go to the center, because all these governors that have defected, they want to be at the center. In fact, that's the reason, major reason that they are giving for defection. They want to bring their people to the center. In ENUGU, for instance, the governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Peter Mbam, when he defected from the People's Democratic Party to APC, he said his major reason was to bring ENUGU State and Southeast to the center. Let's look at this center thing. We've been, the Southeast, for instance, ENUGU State has been in the center of politics, for 24 years since the inception of this, democracy experiment in 1999. 24 years of PDP rule in ENUGU State. 24 years of PDP rule in Abia State. People are still talking about going to the, what is the essence of going to the center? Really, when you look at the whole thing, is it profitable? We were there for 24 years. What are we going to do there?
These are remarks by, let's say, Johnny Ben. You don't take what they are saying for political party or our constitution, or the constitution of Nigeria, assumes representative participation in government. But those people are not representing it, they are representing themselves. So don't bother yourself about what they said or what they didn't say. But unity does not mean uniformity. Three of us here can see him very young and agile, can see me old and declining. But we are united, but we are not uniform. Anybody who tells you that he's going to the center for something, he's going for himself. Before you go anywhere, you will be delegated. That's why people are called delegates. The one of Kano is most interesting. But they say that those who forget history will live it again. Abubakar Rimi was well educated, he was a foreign service officer. But when he came into politics, he followed Aminu Kano, who was not as, you can't call him a polished man in terms of, but he had a heart for the ordinary people.
Yes.
That was his effort. So he joined him because that was the winning framework.
Yeah.
Of course, when things fell apart between the two of them, he moved to MPP at that time. That change created a problem that eventually led to the loss of his life. Kano is a very large community, but let us see how this one goes. So we shouldn't be wasting our time about.
It's not really a question of wasting our time. It's a question. That question is relevant.
We were talking about how long the PDP, before now, PDP has stayed in ENUGU before this vote phase. Okay, the point here is this. You can agree with me that since 1999, apart from the Second Republic, and then up to, then when we had parties that had ideology, these days, parties do not have ideology. Parties do not maintain left or right, or center left or center right. There are no conservatives, there are no liberals, there is no little to the left and little to the right and center. So what people do is to have a purpose vehicle, a means to get to power. They just see politics since 1999. As if PDP had any ideology. Could you tell them liberalists? Could you tell them conservative? No. Could you tell them welfarists? No. Could you say they are center left or center right? No. Anything that could enable them survive was what they welcomed, whether it was conservative or liberal. It doesn't matter. So the point here is that it was just a mere coincidence that had PDP run till 24 years that I just mentioned, and then capitulated under Goodluck Jonathan. Because he wasn't forceful about the election, he wasn't determined to run with it, to hold it and catch it at all means. So that was how PDP lost. If not, PDP would have seen how got to power, assuming they had a leader who was more forceful and all that. So the point here is that ENUGU leaving PDP, just like you mentioned. Last year when we were discussing in this forum, I mentioned about popular politics and then elitist politics. These are people playing elitist politics. I want to move to the center to make the place better. What has changed since moving? Apart from possibly Uchenna losing his seat at the Senate and then being the leader of APC. He nominated someone from his cabinet, who was the former commissioner of Attorney General, to replace the Minister of Science and Technology.
Uchenna losing his position
yes, because
at
of
the executive
exactly. So what has
level.
changed? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed. The allocation is still the same. If he has the zeal to work for ENUGU, it's still the same zeal, assuming he's still pushful. If he wants to work for the people, he will still work for the people. But if he wants to work for some persons at the expense of the people, in order to have opportunity to be at the center for protection against certain things that may be undemocratic, that is also personal to him. So for us, it is his personal decision to move to the center, but we are yet to see the import of that movement. So, like I stated, ENUGU being in PDP for the past 24 years just a mere coincidence.
Yeah.
Even ruling
I think,
Nigeria.
Marty, I think I knew one day that PDP was one political party that was formed by consensus. Regardless of the fact that Obasanjo was jump-started into it, he wasn't a member of the organization.
Yeah.
It was Kwame that was leading them. But if you look at the character of the people who were chairman of the party, Kwame, Solomon La,
yeah.
You know, they were people who were open.
Focused.
They were open to dialogue.
Exactly.
If you remember, throughout the time that the PDP was in office at the federal level, Borno State, Yobe State, Lagos State, I can't remember any other state now, continued to be governed by parties that are not members of the People Democratic Party. And I don't think anybody went to jail for that reason. Actually, what is called APC now was a patchwork of people who left PDP in opposition to Jonathan running for president in 2015. So they were quite different, but what we should focus on is representative governance. If you follow international developments now, you see the UK Prime Minister was even talking about Trump as if they were mates. But Trump represents some solid interest in the United States. People who believe that the US is being taken as big for nothing. And that is why much of what he does is carried forward because he represents some people. But this one we are seeing in Nigeria is following one man.
Yes.
Even when your family members do not know him or are against him.
Yes.
In other words, it's like Amakeku. There's a music that we used to call Amakeku. Whatever you are told, you ignore it and you do whatever you like. But like it happened in the First Republic, when you build a pyramid, when you build a steel structure, one leader, one person, everybody's following him. When he's not there, things will fall apart and there will be, the center has fallen and nobody will know where to go. It will be like Israel that said everybody to your own home. But it's not good because people's life has been wasted.
Then that brings us to the issue of what we should do at this moment to reverse the situation. Because, I mean, power belongs to the people. If I am a governor, I am moving from one particular party, a party that elected me into office. Okay? The implication is that I should first of all get support from those who elected me. Throw the issue before that. I said, look, I am going there. You know,
but
but
don't need to belabor the point. Edward the Seventh in England up to today, being a Catholic is a no-go area for the kingship. When he fell in love with a Catholic, a divorcee, he abdicated the kingdom and went to the United States to marry the person he loved. Can you imagine anybody who is Sultan in Sokoto converting to Christianity and remaining a Sultan? It's just that these people are private and they're engaged in private business. So whatever they say has nothing to do with the people.
Just to take it up from there, have you seen APC since the emergence of Tinubu? What are the ingredients? What can you say is a democratic party? Where are the organs? Are they functioning? You can see what is going on in Rivers. One man is not in PDP, one man is not in APC, one man is also in Tinubu's government, commanding certain things, dictating certain things within PDP and APC at the same time. That is not normal in a democracy. The party will call a meeting and then sanction you.
You are going far. In ENUGU here now,
so,
if you go around the town,
so what exactly is going on?
Where local government chairman and the governor are calling people to come and register.
Register, exactly. What is happening?
The party has
the organ,
chairman
the structure,
and the executive.
Exactly.
But public resources are being used to. And once they do it, once they do e-registration, they will nominate people without people voting. That was what used to remove Ambode. The party sent people to go and conduct the nomination. Adam Soshomole was the chairman that time. He said no, the nomination had not been done, but Tinubu insisted that it had been done. Civil servants, local government employees are now being registered as members of APC.
The last neck that APC had held in the presidency. So it looks as if, okay, at the moment, Professor Yewatide or whatever, the APC chairman, is trying to rein in the skirmish going on in Rivers as the leader of the APC. I said, the governor of the state, who is now a member, is the leader. But some people are doing things different from what they... So you can see that this is not how a political party is run. Where is the neck? Where is the organs? Where are the structures? That determine the president is just a member of the party.
No, you are. Like I said, you are going too far. There is a crime.
So it's unfortunate. So there's no party in Nigeria.
I first saw it in Port Harcourt.
There's no party, political party.
Some criminals will announce that there is other fire or something. People will start running. When they run away, they will stay there. So if the main man is against what is happening, he will speak. All this,
he's deliberate.
He's just
been exactly. He's been deliberate. It's a political strategy to pretend as if you don't know what's going on, so that nobody will say I said. Nobody will say, oh, I didn't say. At the same time, things are going wrong, and you are the leader. So, can you tell me that's how the Labour Party in UK run? Can you tell me that's what Bednock is doing? The Nigerian woman.
So the issue really, gentlemen, is that we don't have political parties.
What we have is amalgamation
we don't
of
have
interest.
political parties at the
People
moment.
who have interest, temporary,
special purpose vehicle.
Just
we don't
to
have
capture
political parties
power
at the moment, and that is very regrettable, because I remember that in the Second Republic we have the Unity Party of Nigeria. If you are a member of Unity Party of Nigeria, you know why. You know the ideology of UPN. You know the ideology of MPP. You know the ideology of MPM. But these days, people anything goes. But that's quite unfortunate for the development of democracy and party politics in our country. But that takes us to Rivers State, where there is the impeachment process of Fubara has been stalled. Temporarily, of course, temporarily, because the judge of Rivers State, Justice Simeon Amade, says it's no longer going to entertain any the impeachment process because of a court order restraining him from receiving documents about the impeachment from the legislature in Rivers State. And of course, the Amewule faction of the legislature has gone on an appeal over this issue, and the judge says until there is a determination of this case, I'll no longer touch the case, the matter, even with a long spoon. So what does that say to democracy? What does that say to democracy in Rivers State? What does that say to the government's objective of working for the people, working for the problem? Because it seems as if there is no governance in Rivers State.
No,
there's no governance.
Money, traveling anywhere he likes. His wife is spending money, going anywhere she likes. His son is going around. So he says, how can he be working for the people? The judiciary already has announced that they are standing on one man's mandate. I said, these things are just jokes. The impeachment process, in fact, impeachment means accusation. That's what it means. The vote to remove somebody from office is a different thing. But you cannot go to equity with unclean hands. It's only in Nigeria that judges pretend to be deaf when they like. If you accuse people, if you impeach them, you send the accusations to them and they respond. Fubara and the deputy governor have not responded, yet the thing was sent to the chief judge. The chief judge, knowing the law, should have said, cannot be treated because the response of the accused is not attached.
Yeah, but the Constitution gives you 7 days, gives the governor,
doesn't mean that
the
you
deputy,
will
7
not-
days to
you
respond.
will not
And I
be-
think in this case, the intention to impeach the governor, a letter was sent to the governor, was
That
served
is
to the
what they
governor.
claim. The governor said he didn't receive
He didn't
but
receive
it should be attached
Okay.
to that accusation, because once you accuse, you get members to sign, they agree, they list the accusations and send it to the accused. He responds. You now vote again after that. This response is not satisfactory. You attach the vote, attach the response, and send to the chief judge, pleading with. But the chief judge also has a duty to read what you have written. And if it doesn't make sense, it's only in Nigeria that people go to court to say preliminary objection.
So
in other jurisdictions that are republics, in US, if you accuse somebody of something, the clerk of court will read it. And if it is not to be determined, it will be thrown out. You don't waste people's, because it costs money for a court to sit. There is a case reported in Abuja. The People's Democratic Party requested the court to grant them authority to enter their compound, which had been occupied by police and weekend. The judge said, I will not issue it, and I will not strike it out. I will dismiss it. What does he mean? It's just psychologically hurting the party. But even the law of physics said that if you have a center of gravity, once it tips, there will be a crash. In the 1960s, the Northern People's Party tried it. People like J.O.J. Okeze, who is not from the north, joined the party. Memphis Okilo formed a small party that has aligned with it. Eventually, where did we end up? But it appears the lesson of that period is only for the Igbos. But I think sooner than later, other people are going to learn the lesson.
Mr. Martin, really, as you make contribution, you should also look at the issue of governance. Is governance taking place?
That's exactly what I'm
Rivers
about saying. One, it is good you are trying to, walk us through how impeachment works and all that, and then the procedure it takes, documents that are required before the process goes. The point here is that, is it not becoming very infantile, very childish, and very frivolous that impeachment is now used as a tool, a political tool, a kind of witch hunt in Rivers State? These are political parties. These are a set of people whom we know how they emerged in the political force of that state. And we know the man who said he actually made all of them. And the same man now says, since you are not going against what I want, I'm going to deal with you. The last time president had to intervene, and then we thought it was all over. Then what is going on in Rivers is unfortunate. Under any president, that shouldn't happen. In fact, under the current administration, with what has happened in Rivers State, it has been a mockery of democracy in Nigeria. The world is laughing at us. Look at governance is suffering in that state. Because, okay, now look at the point. You said Fubara is working with a budget that is not approved by lawmakers. Now, which budget was approved for the military man?
Yes.
The military man. Look, the state local government allocation was seized at the suspension of democracy in Rivers. Both the governor, deputy, and the House of Assembly. But the moment the military administrator came to power, that allocation was released the next day. So under what condition was it released? There was no elected chairman in the council areas. There was no democratic institutions anywhere. And then the money was released. So it is a show of shame that is going on, because like you said, Rivers people are suffering. Development is stalled. All they are doing there is how to get the money out of that state, possibly to the center. The one that the military administrators pretended over for 9 months, 6 months, this Ameule led whatever, said, come and account. Did he follow that through? No. The man didn't come to account, and we've not heard anything about it again for 6 months.
An ambassador.
Yeah.
To put him beyond
for 6 months. So what kind of system is that?
Yeah, but the governor is still receiving his allocation.
Sure. But what we are saying
so
is
what
that,
happens with the money that
no,
he
he's
receives?
working. No, he has been going about commissioning a few things, working. No, we've been watching him.
Yeah.
But the point here is that he is not operating optimally because of these troubles here and there, orchestrated by.
Like I said, it is,
before why is it that what makes it difficult for Mr. President to rein in yes, Wike?
No.
Because I mean it's a public knowledge.
It's simple.
Unless you want me to say that.
It's politics.
It. Look,
what does he stand to gain? By causing
personal
division.
power.
All right.
Personal power.
Yeah, let me not hurt this man. Let me not hurt the other man. Let's see how we continue.
Since the military rule. This didn't start in 1999. In the old Anambra State,